would probably not meet, and then Putin said he would not meet. And frankly, Putin looks very weak on the world stage because of that.
So people that have been following this war, they might simplify the conflict by saying that the Russians took an offensive posture in 2022. The Ukrainians have held a defensive posture throughout the course of the fight. Is Ukraine still on the defensive, though, if they are firing at cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg? How do you work that question out?
Austin, that is a fantastic question, and it kind of sums it up. The reality is the only significant movement of forces on the battlefield right now are in favor of Ukraine. They've been making gains. To give you an idea of how hard Russia or Putin is trying to hide what's going on, he made some extraordinary claim, which was just complete bunk, about how much land Russia has taken. Based on the number he gave at that economic summit or that economic conference in St. Petersburg, I think it was yesterday, based on the number that he stated, and he may have just completely screwed up the way he said it, but it's actually what he said is about 3.5 times larger than the entire nation of Ukraine, mathematically speaking. So he's but he doesn't even bat an eye when he throws that out there. The reality is Russian troops are not making any headway. In fact, there are more Russians being medically evacuated or killed on the battlefield than Russia can raise to replace them. So that is actually going the other way. They're losing more troops than they have the ability to replace those troops. So Russia's running out of troops. That's why they have North Koreans in there. That's why they're recruiting from trying to get troops from overseas, from other countries to come in and act as mercenaries, is that they are just having a very, very difficult time. I'm not saying that Russia isn't causing tremendous damage, destruction, that they're not aggressively going after the battlefield. I would just say at this point, the Ukrainians definitely have the advantage. The much vaunted Russian spring offensive has completely stalled out and gone the other direction. And I don't know if the Ukrainians will complete a breakthrough to turn the war around anytime soon. I mean, we haven't seen them do something like that in years, but they're winning the war, and Russia's losing not just the war on the ground, but they're obviously losing the war for the hearts and minds of the Russian people, because now you have things like St. Petersburg, and you've had other things like Moscow and elsewhere around the country.
So we had that map up a bit ago showing basically where St. Petersburg is in relation to Ukraine. Is this a reminder of Ukraine's range? The Ukrainians, I mean, obviously, Hal, you got to go over quite a bit of territory in order to even reach St. Petersburg from Ukraine. So how deep within Russia are the Ukrainians capable of hitting? Is St. Petersburg sort of around that limit, or what do we know about Ukraine's range limit in general?
They can actually hit further than St. Petersburg. They can hit, I want to say, about 1,500 miles with some of the systems that they have. Those are really, really long range. But they have drones that can reach out. They also have a equivalent missile to somewhat equivalent to our Tomahawk missile that has tremendous range as well. And so they have the capabilities now that they just did not have before. Now that Flamingo 5 missile that I was just talking about, that thing is it's got a heavier warhead than our Tomahawks carry, and they're able to fire that very far off. I don't think they can produce the quantities that they want to produce. But in terms of drones, not only are they producing a lot of these long-range drones, the ones you saw hitting St. Petersburg, the ones that have been hitting Moscow, even much further than Moscow, all the way. Basically, they can encompass the Ural Mountains, so they've been hitting far out there. They did something that didn't get as well reported as they did some massive strikes in Crimea, which is Russian-controlled Ukrainian territory. It's that big peninsula that shoots down into the Black Sea. They have basically made that into not complete no-go territory for the Russians, but it's very difficult for the Russians to operate there because it's so vulnerable. These are all these drones, but they also have what they call intermediate range drones reaching out to a couple hundred miles. Those things have completely upended the Russian supply lines, the Russian logistics capabilities. one of the reasons they have such a tough time manifesting offensives, ground offensives, is because they just don't have the logistics to support them. So they've been doing some pretty amazing things with drones, not just long range, but actually closer in drones that have really turned the war around against the Russians.
There was a time last year where Putin and Trump were meeting in Alaska, and there was at least a discussion about the possibility that there could be a bilateral or a trilateral meeting between Zelensky, Putin, and then possibly a third party being President Trump. Obviously, after the Alaska summit, nothing immediately came after that. And now you're hearing about a lot of the reports of this drone strike towards St. Petersburg. A lot of the headlines and a lot of the news articles that are writing about this are saying that this is coming in the context.
So we're expected to believe, it's almost like everything these people tell us, you just go with the opposite. We're expected to believe now that Russia and Ukraine are in a conflict and Russia's losing. It's like, if I have to guess and project, which I guess we all do, if we're going to decode here, if they're in a conflict at all, because I don't necessarily believe anything unless I see it firsthand. Even then, I could be deceived. So, yeah, if they're in a conflict, it's more like Russia's taking over. That's underway, kind of like how State of Israel is taking over where it's at. It's kind of like how, they say Johnny's working with the Russians. He's a Russian agent. It's kind of like how Klaus Schwab made some speeches months and years back saying we're going to do Great Reset and we're going to do New World Order. And part of that is my cabinet. And he introduced his cabinet, and it was pretty much every global leader from every nation state. And he was giggling and laughing, going, we have Macron over here. We have Putin and all the rest of them. It's almost like they're telling us one thing, but it's exactly the opposite. And what it all aligns with is a complete global governance world takeover event leading into potential reset event economically and otherwise. It's almost like I predicted this 5 or 10 or more years ago and said they're going to start feigning intercontinental, international wars while actually using the fog of war to take over different lands and peoples and try to subvert various forms or modalities of sovereignty or sovereign expression. And yeah, whether they can or can't get that done, because I think that spiritually, scripturally, they know they can't get that done, and they have to do something else in order to usher folks into it. Let's see if we can learn more from the Fox Noise outlet. And by the way, we're going to have to make a move here soon as I start to heal up and be more and more pain-free, or less and less painful. I guess it's about perspective. Because we're heavily shadow banned as of late, if you couldn't tell. So we may just have to go viral some way, somehow. You know what? Maybe we release a safety virus, a virus for safety. That's how we're going to go viral this time. I'm going to get in the wet lab like that white guy, Joe, from Dirty Jobs. I'm going to get in the wet lab, and that's a two-parter of content right there. One episode is me in the wet lab, right? Like Paulie does it all. I'm in the wet lab doing experiments, cutting dogs' heads off with Fauci's nephew. So we get that. That's one piece of content in the lab. And then the next piece of content is the release, where accidentally, wink, wink, something gets out. And then like whole nations and basically the whole world's locked down and like 14 shots are given. That would really put us on the map over here if we could get that done. Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? See if we can blast past the algorithmic censorship. All right, we got to continue on here. We got to learn more. I didn't plan on doing much commentary, but you know how that goes.
Of Putin declining another in-person meeting with Zelensky. Is an in-person meeting between Putin and Zelensky one of the best chances possible to actually...
Stop it. Justin Johnson down there. I got to interact with my audience. Independence of countries is an illusion as well. There's one world order. Again, there's dual jurisdiction and everything you can argue. There's always kind of two aspects of reality or more at one time. So I get what you're saying. It is an illusion if you let it be. It's absolutely real if you let it be. Again, a population who is unwavering, who uses God's will that's put in them, right? Who challenges this false authority and exercises their rights, presents themselves, right, their truest self, you could argue is one of, if not the most powerful things in this realm. How can that be an illusion? If it's an illusion, then who or what am I? What is my story? Why am I not in a box over and over again for a prolonged period, right? So we could say that it feels like that till you step into it and realize that is a deception as well. The idea that independence, unless you want to say cosmically, right, synchronistically, that holographically, because we're in something and a part of something here, you can never actually on a quantum or metaphysical level, you can never actually have independence. Then okay, I get that, right? I don't think that's what you're saying. See, the illusion of independence, as far as how I understand you're putting it, is born, as we cover here or extends here, through the legal system, which is worldwide, right? This idea that we take man and woman in its purest form, we grant some title to them in groups, we put them in outfits, we generate codes and policies, and then somehow that runs our life, right? that is the illusion of independence, right? You got all these slaves who are once again this year going to quote unquote celebrate the Declaration of Independence by barbecuing and getting drunk, right? Some contaminants and carcinogens in the food and drink variety. They're going to claim independence, but they're far from it. They're deeply in codependence because their ass is run by a legal system, which reminds me, oh, we're breaking into the algorithm. We're tippy-toeing in, bit by bit. We got new Negro music, which a lot of people aren't going to like. They're not going to support it. They're going to hate on me for it, even though it's always kind of been a part of my life, right? Something that I enjoy doing, being a part of, listening to. I get inspired by it. So we have that, right? Whether you folks like it or not, support it or not, I'm going to do what I want to do, what I enjoy doing, what I'm inspired by. Okay. Just know that. But you know what? I'm going to upload this on the fly right now because it occurred to me. Why wouldn't I share this glorious meme? And I know AI thing, right? You're all going to tell me now. You guys jump on these bandwagons. AI, it's horrible. It's evil. I get it. I was on that train to an extent. But you know me. I always got to explore. I got to question. I got to find out for myself. So I'm almost like turning the corner on AI. Not completely, because you know me as well. I'm Mr. Paranoid. I'm always on the lookout for a dupe or a deception. But I'm almost turning the corner because the majority of folks are just so fucking dumbed down, slaved out, fluoridated, vax taxed, and lax that I'm looking forward to AI almost running everything here, because I can have a back and forth with AI. It critically thinks, whatever that means, for something that doesn't have a thinker, I guess, technically, which is precisely my point. We as humans have a thinker, and most folks can't think or refuse to, right? So what's the point of them even existing here? See, and this is the aspect of what would be called my criminal mind that's actually running the world right now, whether folks want to accept it or not, right? It's the as within, so without, as above, so below, Luciferian spirit that dwells within me to some extent. And it's hard to argue with it. It's hard to logically see the thing, right? We got the dual jurisdiction again. Logically, left-brained perspective wise, technically it's hard to argue with. Now I get it. The other intuitive, more feminine feeler aspect of me says, no, Paulie boy, Luciferian Paulie boy. You can't go that way completely, right? Because then you'll turn into one of these technocratic globalists. But I get why they're doing what they're doing. It's totally clear to me. Because I, as the person upholding the rule of law, universal law, first and foremost, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, I've dealt with so many people in and of the public that I know who and what they are. I know them like the back of my hand, right? And I know that they refuse to use the will that God put in them and the conscience. And they're essentially biological windbags at this point, right? It's an empty pocket. It's a broken finger. It's a rusty nail, right? It's going nowhere. So, yeah, I can see why, like supernaturally, if you want to call it that, or just naturally, logically, nature, as they say, abhors a vacuum. So when you have a complete void of consciousness and awareness and co-creation, well, something's got to step in to fill that void. Cue AI, right? Enter stage left. So makes perfect sense to me. Right? I don't have to like that or want that to be true to understand that and why that's happening, and then reverse engineer the cause to reverse engineer the solution. And wouldn't you know it, bam, it's exactly what God put in me and gave me as an experience to bring to the world and to the people, right? So the solution is not going to be voting and paying more slave tax and all the rest of this crap. The solution is, as it always was, more consciousness and awareness, more co-creation. And you can't do that if you're a dumbed down, cowardly fucking slave who's waiting for your next upload. Q anus and all the rest. Let's get to my newest meme. I just can't help myself but to run my fucking mouth, but you can't deny it. When it comes to yapping, nobody does it like I do. Okay. I don't know if you folks can see that, because I definitely can't. Okay, there we go. I have a new tool now. Turns out this whole time on the $2,000 laptop, I had a function that everything has nowadays where you can do a little finger wiggle. Do a little do a little finger wiggle. Man, I'm all over the place today, huh?
What are you doing? I'm playing finger wiggle. What? Finger wiggle. F-I-Inga finger, W-I-Iggle, wiggle.
Right, finger wiggle. So you do a little finger wiggle, and then the thing just zooms in completely. It gets like 10 times bigger. Which there's a joke in there, I'm sure, and I'm not going to get into it because it's a family broadcast. Okay, so we have here, you'll find this on my slave book. If you want to go ahead and add me on slave book, Insta Scam, Telescam, I'm on all that as Paul Unslaved, if you don't know already. Republican, it's them shouting to the other side. Democrat, it's them shouting to the other side. And then there's me in the middle, right? Like that old song, Stuck in the Middle. You're both state as slaves who pay tax to the island boys to use your own property while they rule over you with policy and code. You both blame each other, support the system, fund your own enslavement, defend your oppressors. You both ignore the facts. You're both the reason this is happening. Wake up, question everything. Stop feeding the machine. Freedom isn't left or right. It's out. Okay? Unless you're going to go deeper in and somehow take control over your corporatist endeavor you call governance, which is a corporation that has presidents, vice presidents, treasurers, and other corporate positions like secretaries. Right. Oh, wow. We just woke up 250 years later. The majority haven't woken up yet, even though they claim to be so woke on the left side and so patriotic on the right side. 250 years later, we woke up and realized this whole thing was a corporatist, fascistic, collectivist endeavor. Yes, it's a corporate takeover. It's what your masters use over and over again to take your lands and your sovereignty and get you to salute a flag with a flute up your ass while you do it, right? So what does it read on both sides there? Because they're both doing the same things or a part of the same thing while they blame the other side. So on both sides, it has exactly the same things. And I could have added more, but I added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. I think I added 10 and it cut one off. Okay. So on both sides, we have higher taxes, decreased purchasing power, because again, the whole thing's predicated upon a centralized financial scheme, called credit and debit, debt-based non-economy with debt notes, legal tender, not actual lawful money and currency, right? There's your first biggest piece of the corporatist scam, right? And of course, all the corporations are beholden to the original corporation, the Federal Reserve, because one gets their funding from the other. And guess where the original gets their funding? You guessed it, off the back of your ass. Because you're all on a human slave farm, and they wrote up legal documents in order to extend credit based on you being the product. Hello. Welcome. Okay, we have inflation rising, technocracy taking over, lockdowns, poison in the air, food and water, corruption with medicine, endless wars, loss of rights, and private property. Imagine that. So there you have it. All right, let's refocus. We got to get back to Fox Noise while they present these folks as experts who either know nothing or know it all, but present us little to nothing. And what they do present is absolutely inverted and backward, full of holes, outright organized deception, you can argue. And that makes sense because the Supreme Court of loser failure corporatists ruled at one point. This is why I laugh when you folks tell me about Tanawa and all you other corporatists with your fetishized presentments and your suits and all tied up. You like bondage. You like S&M and bondage, don't you? You love to be in bondage. Give me more BDSM, right? Put that tie around my neck. I laugh when you folks talk about getting dressed up in your BDSM fetishized attire with ties around your neck. And going off and using statute, policy, and code to reclaim the law of the land. These people are literally in their courts ruling that the news organizations, in quotes, can lie to you legally. And if my audio is off, please give me heads up here because my equipment is showing me that I'm a bit overmodulated, which that might not be true. Barely touching. Yeah, so ultimately, right, we can try, I'll support it, right? I don't know how much I'm gonna, do the legwork, but I'm not gonna hate on you if you're doing that. I'm just gonna speak to me, from me to you, right? What I see is common sense. So getting all dressed up in your fancy clothes and outfits and going on down there to yap with Kamala while they all rule at supposed courts that they can all lie to you so they can present literal false information to dupe you and power game you and deceive you, right, out of your future and your resources. Why, again, are we going there? Why is anybody going there? Why are you begging these people? Why are you asking them for anything? I don't get it. Oh, wait, I do get it. Because the answer is you still want to hold out hope that by pleading and begging and asking that you're going to somehow become real men and women. That's not how this works. But again, I'm open to it. Maybe you know something I don't. I'll support it, most likely from afar, because I don't want to be a hater, right? But most of the time, you all can't explain to me how that works. Really, it's just a bunch of monkeys and genes who were born into a system and can't imagine a life without that system. Even though many of us day to day get up, we live our lives, we don't give a fuck about what these people say and do. They're meaningless to us. they're either arrogant in their ignorance or they're completely dumbed down and couldn't know if they tried, right? So there's either those who know and trying to pimp on everybody else and they get mocked and laughed at, or the ones who get pimped on and they get mocked and laughed at, right? This is a different level here, you know? So yeah, at that point, it just becomes, hey, we're not even in the conversation. We're going to deal with you to a limited extent. You're not going to tell us what to do and be. If you want to get into a back and forth, we'll just have it out at court. And you can try to stack the deck if you need to, right? And cheat at your own game in order to supposedly win, because lawfully, legally, we got them dead to rights. And I mean that, you know, metaphorically, right? No, absolutely no violence involved. So it's like we can continue to beg and plead and ask, or we could just do the next right thing and surrender in faith. And then when they come, deal with them and then just walk the fuck off and live the rest of our life and just wash, rinse, repeat when necessary. And every time these people get out of bounds and get out of line, they get checked and they get brought back into alignment, right? You sue them, you check their pockets, you take their titles and their positions with the written word. Now, again, if the folks involved in this are not on board with that and they're not going to support that, you know why? Because most people, including the people who say they're going to save you, are corporatists, money hungry, power hungry, cowards who won't do what's true and what's right. And we never see them unless there's money involved, right? That's another common theme in these sectors and sections. Folks who, if you take their money and their paycheck away, they're not going to do what they do. You take away their false attention, bravado, power scheme, they're not going to do what they do. This isn't based on some internal conviction where they got to do it and they got to be part of it. That's part of the problem. See, this is just an occupation. This is something you folks do to occupy your time and make money. This isn't your life's work. This isn't your life's purpose. If it was, you'd take it a bit more seriously. You'd be a bit more real with yourself and others about it, right? All right, we got to get back because nobody wants to hear me rant and ramble about common sense and governance. We need the experts.
Actually get the Russia-Ukraine war on a path to peace, or is there another route that might be more likely?
Well, you're not going to see any peace treaty really take place or any major ceasefire without
there is no world order
there. And that's been one of the things that we've been pushing is.
I'm going to put a number down. I want this creature to call in, and any other creature like this creature, 602-730-0122. Tell me all about how there isn't a world order. Doesn't matter what continent. If you go to content creators, all the same types of ones are shadow banned for the same type of content. There's a world order right there. Doesn't matter what country and land you're on. Your free speech is censored. Oops, we're on America where you're guaranteed free speech because the system protects your God-given right to speak and express freely. Oh, no, you don't. We don't have that. You try to express freely on a lot of these common law nations and lands, which is a universal law, and they'll carry off like they did on England and Australia and other places, right? Oh, there's no world order, but like for the last, not for the last year or so. So before this year, for 5 years straight, 4 years straight, everybody was locked down and told what to do by some centralized authorities and institutions, right? But there's no centralized world order. The whole world's in debt to the same 10 to 15 families who are all intergenerational banking families extending credit off of your accreditation that they give you and that they take away. But there's no world order. Should we go on? Should I continue? Should I go on? It doesn't matter if you touch down on England or Australia or New York, right? Somewhere in Canada. Your first move has to be to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles in order to ask them if you can move your property around, because everybody's criminalized until you're deemed innocent or at least privileged. How about that? That's a better idea. Everybody's suspicious and criminalized until they're deemed to be privileged, right? But there's no centralized world order. You're delusional. You're in denial. There is definitely a centralized world order. It doesn't matter if the uniform is different or even what they call it is different. The function is the same, even if the form is not the same. The substance is the same, even if the style is not the same. And what is the substance? To convince all of humanity that they don't have the authority to proceed in their day-to-day affairs without begging and asking a centralized authority for privileges and benefits. Okay? Let's get a clue. There is no centralized authority, but on every nation, you either have to and get to vote for a master or they just supply you with one. You know, those public servants who are there to serve the people. Right.
For obviously, as you mentioned, going back to last August with the Alaska summit between President Trump and Putin, where they had talked about this, they talked about follow-on things, and of course, nothing much really came out of that. There was one instance, I believe it was a meeting down in Saudi Arabia or down the Gulf, where Zelensky was in the area. Zelensky could have potentially shown up, but Putin never did show. And so Putin, as you know, he's got an international criminal court warrant out on the global stage. So he's got to be very careful which country he goes to. But he is a little reticent to do that. He may be having health problems as well. There's been a number of reports that he's been using a body double for some of these meetings versus himself, and that he's got some physical problems that he may be dealing with. So he may not be as visible on the global stage as he once was. So there may be more to that than just reluctance to do that. The other thing is, with Russia losing on the battlefield like they are, to paraphrase President Trump, Russia doesn't have as many cards in those negotiations, and so they don't. You know, his position has always been these maximalist goals of taking over, you know, the entire Donbass, Zaporizhia, all these other places they invaded, these oblasts or provinces they've invaded. Obviously now he can't really push out that narrative. He can't claim that they're going to eventually seize it because the war's going the other way. So he can't even make that claim he's always made, which is, you know, we're going to win anyway. So why don't you sue for peace? He can't really make that claim. It's going the other direction.
Al Kempfer with us, as always, being generous with your time on a Saturday. We appreciate you. What's coming up on the Strap Podcast? I always say Hal Kempfer is the host of the Strap Podcast. What's coming out next on the podcast?
Well, this weekend I'm going to do one, and I'm going to spend some time talking about, coincidentally, Russia and Ukraine, and talk about this dynamic which is taking place. So I'm going to get more in depth on that.
Let's be clear about that statement, right? Ultimately, this isn't about getting me more attention so that whoever, whatever, could give me a larger platform, right? This is about going on record that some of us can see and know and understand, and we're not going away, right? And that their power games are only so effective, unless that's not the case, right? Maybe that's not the truth and that's not the case. Again, that's largely dependent upon the choices of the individuals and the collective, right? So, yeah, ultimately, as we know, like, the game is rigged and fixed, and that's precisely why, because they don't want someone like me who has no strings and isn't beholden to anyone or anything to be in the conversation, because then the conversation goes a different way, right? That's all it is, about setting narratives on the mainstream, right? Publicly and privately. They don't want someone in the conversation who can't be swayed, who's all the way out and on record, right? Yeah, and largely it is effective, I must say.
Talk about the specifics of what's happening here.
To a point, because while it's short-term effective or effective on a shallow level, the information, the understanding is already out. It's already been disseminated over the past decade, right? It's already been processed and amalgamated and applied, and results have already been had. So you could argue on one level, if you extend this out on long enough period, this is already over. You know, whether I die tomorrow or digitally, my presentment, my presentation is stamped out. The understanding, the information, the experience has already been had and already been put out and already been recirculated. Now it's just about time, energy, and attention, right? Taking its course.
Probably mention a few weapons capabilities as I kind of referenced there, and how this has changed, and particularly that thing where they've really clogged up the logistics of the Russians to support their forces on that battlefield front. It's amazing what's happening there, and unfortunately, because of Iran, it doesn't get some of the notoriety or get some of the exposure that it probably should.
Al Kemper with us on this Saturday. You can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks.
All right. You too, Austin. Thanks.
By the way, the New York Post has some satellite imagery of the strikes that took place in St. Petersburg. Again, Russian officials saying a number of those drones were intercepted, and at least the official word coming from the Russian government is 3 minor injuries on the ground. Certainly, you see some destruction there on the ground, according to the satellite images, courtesy of the New York Post. A live look at the New York City skyline and a live look at the White House. President Trump, we're going to be following him early this week as he heads to New York City for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Let's step away for a quick break. I'm Austin Westfall. Don't go anywhere. Back in a moment.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop you fucking lying.
And you still are today, and you stand on the shoulders of those men. Quite literally. Just as those men stood on the shoulders of those who fought in the Civil War, or the War of 1812, or all the way back to our revolution. In fact, this crowd, most of the Army, this is not even a 1776 crowd. This isn't even a 250 crowd. This is a 1775 crowd. This is a group that understands that the freedom we love and the Declaration of Independence that we declared is just paper if you don't have a rifle. It's just paper if you don't have men and women willing to wear this uniform. It's just paper unless you're willing to fight and die for it. And this crew right here understands that that paper is only worth your willingness to stand up. And so when I look into your eyes, I know I'm looking into the lineage of Americans just like...
Imagine that deception, right? Imagine the snake in the garden, proverbially, right? Comes in, you know, he gives the same rap and speech that I do essentially, but his is all canned and fluff and shallow. There's no actual conviction or experience behind it, right? It's quite the opposite. It's the lack of honor and good faith, complete fascism, corporatism, right? So that Constitution's only as good as the men and women behind it who are willing to kill and die for the corporation and its centralized goals. Take over the world under rule of law, aka statute, policy, and code. They're not taking over the world to restore it back to peace, co-creativity, and freedom, right? They want you ruled by thousands and millions of statutes, policies, and codes, and legalism for your own safety. Maybe lock you down here and there, force some shots on you when necessary, right? It's amazing how MAGA, the MAGA-tards, all the right-wingers and conservatards just forget about that or never cognize that to begin with, right? That is one of the most fascinating things ever. So there you go. The Constitution's only as good as the people who are willing to kill and die for it, starting endless wars. That's on our chart again. Remember our chart here? So we anytime you get into it with a statist, corporatist, you just pull out your chart right here. And you go to both sides. You don't even have to go to one side or the other because it's the same on both sides. Let's see here now. Oh, there it is, all the way at the bottom. Endless wars. They send your kids to die for profit, right? Because these are the same clowns, the same boomer clowns who say, we got to go to war because that's how we ultimately get cheaper gas. The gas goes up, doubles and triples, and then it comes back down and gets cheaper, right? And these tards can't figure out. They're literally chasing their own tails. They're looping in insanity. They're giving with one hand to take with the other hand and vice versa and calling it progress. It is beyond fascinating here. There it is. Constitution stands for endless wars around the world. No, it was actually supposed to stop you psychopaths and sociopaths and corporatists from trying to take over the whole damn world with legalism and corporatism and turn everything into a fucking business and turn everyone into a product. You know what happens in a world where you turn everything into a business and everyone into a product? Everybody looks and sounds like Hegseth with the goofy little haircut, the coiffed hair, and everything seems to be kind of like perfect and in place, right? He does his push-ups every day. Very controlling, type A, motivated and inspired person, right? Very motivated and inspired. The only problem is these motivated, inspired people are never quite motivated, inspired to do the right thing, to actually be great. No, they're motivated, inspired to seem good and great. As long as there's a profit behind it, right? And as long as they can get off on lying to a bunch of duped out slaves, that really gets them going. Like most criminals, that really turns them on. Like most predators, right? The art of war, the art of deception, the art of the deal. I'm going to really bullshit you. Just like this is, you meet Hegseth at any one of your local bars, right? You know, when the stock market lets out, you know, you can meet Hegseth there. He'll promise you the world. He'll lie to you all the way. You'll be goofy enough to believe it. And then 10 years in, you realize the guy that you married isn't really the guy, right? Not 10 years in. Well, for some of the goofy broads out there, it is because they're so ignorant, right? And then you realize you married a Hegseth. Just looked like he was good and great. Just seemed like everything was perfect and in place. It was all a show. It was all a ruse. Whole life was one big confidence game. Sorry, con game, right? That's where con game comes from. Confidence game. These people aren't confident in who and what they are and what they do and how it's true and it's right. They're confident that you folks are just so fucking fat and stupid and dumbed down that you're never going to catch on to them or get wise. And you know what? Not for the Unslavians, of course, but for most people, they're damn correct. They're absolutely on the money. Because I interact with them on the slave book all day, every day. Paulie, boy, you live in a trailer. You're a fucking loser. We support winners like Hegseth, right? And he's in great shape as well. So he's got to be a good guy. He's got to be great. That's how shallow and vapid, suggestible and manipulatable this culture is nowadays. It's just that easy, folks.
Like those in Lexington and Concord, just like those at Point.
Just like those at Lexington and Concord. I can't even get through this. Every other word he says is bullshit and spin. Pimp game. There we go. We got another pimp. Got another wannabe pimp spitting that pimp game. Lexington and Concord. Now you're going to go back hundreds of years ago to the foundational battles, which were supposedly, spiritually, theoretically about freedom and rights. This is none of this. It's the antithesis of this. This is how the devil works. The greatest lie is the one closest to truth. He'll take all that truth and spin it. You don't even see the spin, most of you fluoridated slaves, right? You don't even see it.
Visited those fortifications over that cliff where those rangers scaled those cliffs and fought for 2 days to take that location. You are the same Hedrick. You are the same. In fact, there were a lot of folks that were conscripted and went. By the way, they were conscripted and did their job, which is incredibly honorable.
Right, did their job.
Go follow through. But you are part of the.
See, it's even in all their language. They can't help themselves, right? They were conscripted and did. There it is. Conscripted. You can't make this shit up. They were conscripted. I totally agree, Hegseth. Thank you. Right after I just said con men and confidence game. It's literally live. It's literally like we're living and we're in the room and we're even part of it. It's like we're interacting right now on a metaphysical level. They were conscripted and they did their job. In one sentence right there, this is where synchronicity and schizophrenia ride a very thin line for me, I got to tell you. Because I just said something and he turned around and he gave it right back to me. And then I'm like, oh my God, is the TV talking to me again? Yeah, he's like winking at me through YouTube while he's giving this speech. And the speech isn't even happening right now, or is it? Right? Yeah, wink, wink, gorilla out there. And I'm like, what? Did he just say? Yeah, they're conscripted and they did their job. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. Taking life and giving your life was never supposed to be a job for pay. It was never supposed to be an occupation. What the fuck is that? I'm pretty sure that's a hitman. Hitman. Mercenaries? Is that what we have going on here? I thought the whole idea was when you're good and you're great, you like farm all year and you only pick up guns when you're under attack and you got to defend your property and your rights, like from invaders and shit like that. Or maybe domestic terrorists who want to use thousands of policies and codes to take your property and rights. Right. I didn't know that you could sign up 24/7, 365 to be mercenaries and do hits for pay. I didn't know that this was about doing a job. See how the corporatists and fascists have inserted themselves into every aspect of your life, down to you just dropping this shit like it's normal because you're so fucking indoctrinated and slaved the fuck out. You think this shit is normal? You think it's normal for whole generations to have thousands and millions of people kill and be killed for a job? So Hegseth can pomp around and posture and pretend to be one of the modern day founding daddies who's giving their life like Lexington and Concord, fighting for liberty and freedom and truth and rights. It's none of that. You're completely pimped the fuck out. And that's cool that we're shadow banned and blackballed because the whole damn audience got to see for 2 or 3 weeks or more straight us do 10, 15, 20, 30,000 views, at least 10 to 50 new subscribers every day or couple days. I was only broadcasting probably once a week or so, right? And now we're going back to none of that. 200 live viewers or more at a time. So we see the game and we know what that means also. See, when you start to play this game of life the best game is no game. When you start to play the game of life long enough, you start to recognize patterns and procedure. So what does this ultimately amount to? Well, there's a high probability that, the automated and manual aspects of the algorithm come together at certain points when certain things are going to happen, whether the people in the algorithm know that or not. However that works, whether it's cosmically or corporately, cooperatively. So yeah, odds are, and you see the rumblings, right? We're going to do some hantavirus. We're going to do new COVID strain. We're going to do this, that, and the third. So odds are we're going to do some, and we've known this for a while. It's not that we know it. We've intuited this for a while. I mean, it isn't hard. They're laughing in everybody's face, the usual suspects, saying not only is this not going away, it's going to be a new way of life. So yeah, odds are we're going to have some national or global, international, large-scale event again, as if we're not already kind of normalized, desensitized to that. And yeah, certain channels of information and understanding and presentment are going to be heavily, we'll say heavily sedated and tranquilized is a good way to put it, right? That's good for me and everyone here, right? I get a little bit too excited at times. Shh, Paulie boy, shh. It's gonna be okay. We're just gonna give you a little sedative, a little tranquilizer for you and your channel. Okay? We don't want that nervous system of yours to get a little too nervous for you and everybody else's liking, right? I get it. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you. Give me another. I'm much like Joey Ramone. I need to be sedated.
Less than 1%. The real elite of our knowing what a dangerous world we live in, understanding the nature of the enemy we face, and you do it anyway. So it's nothing but an honor to have a chance to lead you. My job is to serve you. Our job at the Pentagon is to run as fast as we can, cut as much bureaucracy as we can, empower as many senior and junior leaders as we can, officers and enlisted and NCOs, to enforce standards, to train the standards, to make sure you're disciplined and ready, and ultimately lethal when that moment happens. There's a lot of stuff that was in our formations that didn't need to be, distractions, other focuses. Our job is just to get rid of that and empower you. Empower your leadership to get back to basics, to the good stuff, to the stuff that makes you prepared in that moment that we were to ask you or call on you. And then our job is to make sure when we call on you, we give you that clear mission with overwhelming capabilities to close with and destroy the enemy. And then on that clear mission, come home. Which ultimately, for far too long.
This is so early 2000s, right? This whole, I'm a mover, I'm a shaker, I'm a type A salesman kind of guy in the suit, right? I really get things done. Here, just sign on the dotted line. We'll get you in for that subprime mortgage refinancing deal that's really going to take you to the next level. Man, I could smell the ocean and the sand right now. How am I smelling the ocean and the sand right now? Well, because you and your wife are about to go on a vacation with all the money you're going to save from this subprime mortgage refinancing deal that we're about to close here right now, as they position themselves right behind you and start lubing you up and getting ready to service the account, as George Carlin once said. We really ever started doing this, and we're really still doing this. And the people eat it right up. This is the whole nation, a whole world of corporatists and fascists. This, by the way, again, my bitterness and resentment is leaching out. I don't hide it. I'm quite open with it. This is who and I can't be bitter and upset about it by the end of the day because of what I'm about to say. This is who every beta female, and it's about 85 to 90% of females, just like it is males. This is who they're all fucking, by the way, gentlemen. For all of you MGTOW, out there, for all of you divorced fathers out there who are drinking natural ice right now, and smacking the side of your 15-year-old laptop because it's doing static like the old TVs used to do. I don't mean to upset you. Maybe I do. Maybe you'll actually do something different for yourself and others, right? I don't mean go completely postal. Don't become a union leader or anything. Yeah, this is who they're fucking, essentially. Every independent, successful, career-oriented, modern-day woman is fucking a Hegseth instead of you. Mostly because at least he pretends to have his shit together. He pretends to be an honorable, good faith, courageous man, while the rest of you vote and beg and act like a bunch of cowards. So can you see why that is the way that it is? I mean, they would be fucking me because I'm a god of all media, but I won't have them because most of them took only one vaccine, right? Only one vaccine. They tell me. This is the line they tell me. Well, Paulie boy, you know, we got tricked. We took the only one vaccine. I go, you didn't get tricked. I was there yelling about this for the last decade, what they were going to do at some point. I was right there in your face getting called a theorist and a crazy person when I was telling you that the whole system was not being in on a complete poison scam fraud. So you weren't tricked. You were completely ignorant. Because in your world, the guy in the trailer, Paul Unbathed, couldn't possibly know even close to as much, if not more, than a Hegseth, because he does push-ups and sit-ups, Paulie boy. Because he balances his checkbook. You don't even have a checkbook, Paulie boy. We could go on, okay? This is our world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually Hegseth, and this is, you want to get into the Freudian aspects of how this all comes about. Hegseth is the majority of folks' dads out there right now. Right? You show up in a suburb anywhere, middle America, you know, you go out back to the barbecue where they got the volleyball net up, and it's Hegseth in his New Balance with the knee-high white socks, grilling some pork sausage for the fam. Okay? I'd say Hegseth coming to a home near you, but we're already there. We've been there for a while. Hegseth, you can find Hegseth at every self-checkout line, either February 14th or 15th, buying the obligatory flowers and candy for their wife, who neither of them is going to fuck each other, probably ever again. But still, there are certain formalities that have to be done, right? We got to keep up appearances. He grabs the flowers and the candy and a new pair of Walmart provided New Balance, because why the hell not?
We tread water with nebulous missions that weren't quite clear.
Oh, I completely dropped the ball. I missed the boat here. You know, we should prepare that. That should be my next bit when I do an actual broadcast. I don't know what this is right now. When I do an actual broadcast, a guy who started an argument with me and kept calling me names like Buddy and Chief and Slugger. So then I kept doing it back to him, and it was Hegseth again. It's like Mr. Smith in The Matrix. I turned around and Hegseth was arguing with me on Facebook about how Donald Trump is an outsider. He's not a real politician. I must be one of those leftist liberals who thinks that Donnie's part of the deep state. And I'm like, asswipe. 10 years ago, when I was talking about centralized banking, cabals, secret societies, fraternal orders, legalism, lawful, pimping and hoeing and all the rest of it, you were the idiot telling me that I was a complete conspiratard and that none of that could possibly exist. Now you're giving me the rap that there's a cabal of deep state agents, but the only problem is they're all leftists and liberals. I guess we're getting closer. Maybe another 10, 20, 50, 100 years, you can actually come to a reasonable state of understanding what the fuck is going on in front of you while you mock me. Because I know at the core of what this all is, an inflated sense of self and ego, because your mommy made you believe that every other thing that you had to say and do was important, or, because a lot of you didn't have that at all. You had the opposite, or, because here's the but, Or you fucked like a couple hundred goofy broads in your life who make you think that you're interesting, intelligent, important, well-to-do, right? You sniffed your own product. Hegseth already at a house near you. The Hegseth family. It's all of America at this point is essentially the Hegseth family.
Charged me and this department with getting back to that clarity. And certainly that's one of the commitments, one of the many commitments we try to make to you.
Oh, the person wants a trifold down there. You know, we might have to cue over to some music. This is good when we're out of the algorithm because I like being in the algorithm. It excites me. I get to pimp on these hoe slaves and status, and I get to answer their ridiculous questions or field their projections and then deflect them back onto them with truth. But when we're not here, well, we're not there. We're here, but we're not there. When we're not there, we're here, and I'm a bit more comfortable and laid back, right? I get to really let it fly. I do that anyway, but it's a different vibe, for me at least. It's a bit more intimate. But sir, ma'am, I don't have cry folds. I've renamed them cry folds because when the chili pepper went to court, he didn't use his trifold. He tried to fake cry after he acted like a fool in there, and they hammered him. It'd be one thing if you actually cry. I've cried on the broadcast. I've said it before. Fake crying for sympathy after you pop shit is a 3-in-1 no-go, right? It's just wrong after you sold fake ass products that don't work, right? Wrong. We can't be doing this. We can't be about that. And that's why I say there is no we, because I'm not a part of what the majority of these motherfuckers do. I'm not going to say any of them. There's few and far between. Carl Lentz is an example. Great inspiration to myself, right? Seems to be respectable and honorable. From what I understand, dozens and hundreds of court cases. Are there places where he could do and be a bit better? Yeah, the guy's old. The guy's lived a full life. I don't even know if I'm going to make it when I'm his age. Probably don't call me. Don't message me. I'm in my 30s and I'm already, half the time, completely fucking checked out. Like an old man in the woods. But yeah, you know, this is why, again, you need people like me. Because all these other content creators know how to do is hide and lie. You need people like me. So you could say, there's the fucking bad guy. All right. That speech was absolutely perfect in that movie. Absolutely perfect. He's around all the high society folks in the suits and ties who are putting up a good front. Right? Where's that? You know what? Maybe we need that. We need some of that. We did finger wiggle here today. Fuck it. We're really gambling. Let's gamble with some copyright. Why not? You're going to shadow ban me? I'm going to gamble with copyright, have some fun, and create something here. Iconic scene. Maybe we can playback speed it. You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
You're all a bunch of fucking assholes.
This is basically how I do it.
You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy.
Right. What does that make you? Good?
So, what does that make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide. How to lie. Me, I don't have that problem. Me, I always tell the truth. Even when I lie.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Iconic scene speaks volumes about these dynamics that I'm putting forth. Fair use. Absolutely. I have my branding off back here. Oh, by the way, let's cut to, because I've been creating lately. Let's go to one of my newest creations. And feel free. All these videos and songs and whatever I present are obviously on the channel. Feel free to look for them. This is one of the shorts. and share it around. Do the like, share, subscribe thing, but get this around because we need to share the glory of the citizen whale with the rest of the public. Here we see the average citizen slave whale guzzling the semen of its master known as the political whale. The average citizen slave whale guzzles up to 10,000 gallons of its political master whale's semen yearly. It's believed that doing so makes the slave whale feel safe and cared for. How glorious. Okay, DeFreak, you're now gone. I timed you out last time, and I'm going to ban you now. And there's many others who I have blocked. And guess what? You all might be better people than me. I'm willing to accept that in certain ways, right? Maybe I'm better than you at other things. You're better than me at the whole socializing thing. I'll cop to that, right? That's so obvious. It doesn't matter if I cop to that or not. That's the reality of the situation. So I'm not into it, right? Many of you, I don't like you or what you do. I don't respect you because of what I see you do, and that's probably going to be most people. And you know what? That extends to me as well. So don't feel like, this is like a slighted or biased sort of perspective, right? How I see others is probably largely influenced by how I see myself. And when it comes to certain things aren't to be liked and they're not to be respected. Could be argued, right? I could go the other way as far as a letting go, surrendering process, because we got to work that too sometimes. And see, that's precisely the point, right? This practice of surrendering and letting go is so surrendery and letting go-y that then we forget about certain obvious standards, right? And certain prerequisites for healthy and functional relationships, right? For honor and faith and respect to be restored or for it to be expressed or experienced, right? Because without these certain things, those things, it's very difficult to experience those and express those, right? So, and again, maybe I just see it that way or I want to see it that way and it's something completely different and I have more to learn or practice as we go. But, when I see people like taking up for and making excuses for and sucking up to tyrannical, lying, deceiving, power gaming, lazy, money hungry, power hungry scum who would sit right by and let me get fucked by a system, the same system they claim to want to change, right? Or claim to be a part of. I have no respect for those individuals. I have no trust for them. And then they go all the way by showing who and what they are in these venues, okay? So this is where then I come full circle and I say, who are you? What do we know you for? If it's nothing, well, then you brought your nothingness onto YouTube. Why? Probably because you want some attention and notoriety and you want to grift. And or you just get off on power gaming people, bullshitting them and yourselves, and knowing that a lot of people will go for it because they just want peace and they don't want conflict and they want to like and be liked and be a part of something, right? I'm not into any of that shit. Even if I try to be a part of it or get along with it, I can't get it done for any extended period of time, right? There's just no fake and fraud in me is really what it comes down to. I gotta keep it real. Many of you on here, I can't teach you how to keep it real, even if we all tried, because I've been trying for years and it still hasn't taken, right? So when I see people hanging with people and sucking up to them and kissing feet and hee and ha, and I know this person just 10 minutes ago, 10 months ago, 10 years ago, I don't care how long the timeline is because they've never changed who and what they are. They've never repented for it. They've never acknowledged it, right? When I see that certain people have hated on other people for what they do and lied on them to try to take what they have, that's dishonorable and bad faith. That's disreputable. That's disrespectful. That shouldn't be honored. You shouldn't want to co-create with that. But again, we live in a world where we have no standards anymore. You got people fucking eating children who are running your lives. So who really cares who we interact with on here in life, right? Who really cares what our friends and family group is like? Who really cares that there's zero conditions, values, standards being set for ourselves and each other, right? Because it's just all about love and feeling good. Bullshit. Bullshit for yourself and everyone else. there is something to be said for that. There is also a huge drop-off point at a certain point where you have real life and real reality and real co-creation and real connections and real boundaries and real trust issues for real reasons. Because the majority of folks, look at the last 5 years, 50 years, 500 years, are not honorable, good faith, trustworthy people. They're lying, selfish, cheating, fraudulent, bad faith, dishonorable, cowardly, voting, tax-paying, swine scum. And that's precisely why your civilization and society is completely going down the drain. So save it when you talk about that like and love shit. Because like and love ain't going to translate to who and what you are, what you do, and the results that follow. And the fact that you want to ignore one for the other speaks volumes about your lack of accountability and responsibility. Because you know what? Many folks here just haven't and won't grow the fuck up. They refuse to become real men and women. They want to be broken little children all their lives and live in a fantasy world. A world where only their feelers matter. So when you get a fucking clue and you want to be honest with yourself and others, there'll always be a seat at this table. You want to bullshit yourself and everybody else and try to play games? Just know I see you. I see right through you. I'm going to talk about who and what you are, not personally and specifically as an archetype, because that's what we do here. And I'm also going to reflect on how much that's me and work on solving that problem, right? For myself and therefore for others. If it's possible, if I could get it done. It may not ever be able to be solved. It may just have to be part of a integrated practice and procedure. Because again, there is a middle ground. There is a middle way. Love and care cannot be love and care without true responsibility and accountability. If you don't have true accountability, responsibility, the love and like you talk about is addiction and codependency, and you can call that bondage. Okay? And unlike Hellsent and all the rest of them, I'm not that into the BDSM scene, right? I'm not into the tight shoes and the tight socks and the tight pants and the tight belt and the tie wrapped around my neck, right? I'm not into the whole BDSM, inauthentic corporate male and female scene. That's why with a lot of you, you make my skin crawl. Because nowhere in life would I be with you or around you. I wouldn't work with you. If we worked under the same roof, I wouldn't associate with you. The first second I got a whiff of you, I'd stay at arm's length. I might attempt to try to truly love you and care for you and give you some honorable truth and presentment if you will be open to it and take it. If not, I go my way, you go your way. I don't want nothing from you and with you. And I wouldn't expect that you would want and need something from or with me. See, we're worlds apart. Always have been, probably always will be. But we're not so different, you and I. Interestingly enough, ironically, really just comes down to how we choose to perceive it and then proceed with that perception. Really the biggest difference. Should we get back? Let's get back. Oh, wait, I never went to my, let's go. Why not? Why not? We got new Negro music, white Negro and black Negro music, because I am the white gorilla, of course. Is he albino? Hashtag, is he albino? Oh, we have Panel Hopper as well. I never gave you guys Panel Hopper. I previewed it elsewhere. It's been used some other places. Do you guys want the Panel Hopper right now? There's some folks named in there who we haven't dealt with for a while. We're probably not going to deal with them ever again, if we can help it. But I did do a Panel Hopper remix to 50 Cent Window Shopper about the usual cast of characters we've dealt with around these in these venues. You know what? Why not? Why not? Hopefully we don't trigger some watcher, waiter, haters who are stalking.
Bottom of YouTube, feel so much better than an asylum. So much better. Use a panel hopper. Mad at me? I think I know why. Use a panel hopper. Trying to figure out how you gon' lie. Use a panel hopper. No viewership. Coming to see if you're live. Yeah. Summertime, Steven's panel skin is milky. Check the wannabe life coach's hoodie is filthy. Another 2 years, maybe Snaps might get his clutch bread. Hopefully he gets it before he ends up dead. A lot of slaves really need to get their weight up, but not Cynthia, she just sucked the whole plate up. It ain't my fault, you guys fucked up your channels. It's not your fault either, you just got boring panels. Maybe you should hit up Daddy and work on your pimp game, or hit up Slow State for some lion and griff game. Maybe you can go hit up Cage Man, flip some of his $10 rags bags. You folks don't have many options, it seems, man. You know that viral is the shit that I come from, but I don't go nowhere no more because slaves dumb. I feel kinda sad that your paper don't stack right. You should call Brown's boys so you panel act right. Got your numbers down, we can feel the channel sucks. These slaves are droning. Shut your spot down, you might get your channel struck just for being so boring. Use a panel hopper. Mad at me? I think I know why. Use a panel hopper. Your channel sucks. Nobody cares if you slaves hate me on panel whenever I pop up. They start throwing fists like kids trying to act up. When it comes to stalker haters, you know I got them. From over New York all the way down to Compton. You know Tommy wants to see how his daddy freaks off, hacking through his camera just to sit watch him beat off. I start spitting game at these hoes like a pimp main. Then Laundry shows up jealous all in a twist mane, all spiked out from his COVID shot sex game. Shut your heart down.
Shut your heart down.
You can feel the blood clots start when the blood is flowing. You got spike now. Fucking with these goofy hoes. Was it worth it? Worth it.
It's not hard to see why they don't like me. Oh, well, let's not bring these folks into the interaction, right? Too much, if all. But a question is asked: is Laundry still around? Well, the interesting thing about Laundry is the oracle that the white gorilla is. I told him over a year ago now, Laundry, this is a synchronicity. I know when people are brought into my reality for a reason. He went through his archive and stumbled upon a video where he panned across a Denver event, and I was actually in the video. I turned around and you can clearly see me there. This guy and others have been brought into my life over and over again for years in order to do certain work, and it's the one thing they're not doing while doing everything else, right? So I told him then, listen, Laundry, I know, because I've gotten good at recognizing the vibe. When certain things happen, you get a vibe. You may just not feel it or look into it, or it becomes fleeting because you don't sit with it. If you become aware of it, and again, these things go hand in hand as far as I'm concerned. The more you're authentic, the more you're true to self, the more you surrender all the rest of the garbage and almost, walk that walk, the more you get in touch with yourself. We use this language, right? In touch with yourself. So you can start to almost become more aware of when certain moments are happening that are synchronicities that the universe is giving you, that other people would just overlook because they're not as in touch with themselves. And that fabric of reality, see the words we use, fabric of reality. So I got the vibe, and this is why a lot of women either the women won't date me because I won't have them, because my first question I ask them is, did you get a vaccine? And they go, what? That's a weird question to ask. Bye. Right? Or somewhere in the interaction, I go, hold on, I think I'm intuiting that this is part of a timeline story. And they go, what? This is insane. You're coming on too strong. You're whatever. And then they project onto me and them, and then they go, bye. So I don't really do it much. But I said to him in a private non-versation, I told him, just so you know, and this is going to sound crazy, and I get it, you're going to take this and probably get reactive to it and think you know, you're probably going to treat me like even more of a jerk off asshole than you already do because of how this is going to come across. But I have a strong feeling that you're going to be arrested and you're going to have to deal with the courts. And part of the reason you're brought into my life is because in your heart, you know that we need to look at this stuff and address it. And if you work with me and counsel with me, you're going to get the understanding you need to go to the next level. And when that time comes and you get to that simulation, you will be prepared to respond, response able, account able. He left it off. He didn't do any of the work. He wouldn't go over this stuff with me because he was too busy trying to chase money and notoriety, playing power games on the internet, which I called out as well. I called out all of it. I was right about all of it, as I oftentimes am. And it's not about being right. It's about displaying and showing what connection, co-creation, and synchronicity is all about, right? And these folks, being the egotistical, prideful people they are, they never circle back around and go, you know what, Paulie boy, you're imperfect gorilla creature over here and you fuck yourself and others in your own ways. But on the rest of this stuff over here, you're like batting 1,000. So let's like do the work, because God has obviously like commissioned you on some level to work with us, which means God commissioned everyone else working with me as well to do the work and co-create something instead of whatever the fuck else. But I get it, because you can't work on God's timing if you don't even know God's timing exists and you're too busy working on your own timing, right? See, that's where the whole reverse engineer experience comes into play, because there's no other way to explain how I could lay something out in front of you and it could all come true and you not then realize what I and you and all of us are doing here and what we should be doing next, right? Then it becomes an ego thing. Right at that moment, that's when the fabric of reality shifts, your perspective shifts, you get a revelation and a realization, and then you get a choice. Are you going to go with your ego and your fear and your pride and all the rest of the false presentment, or are you going to move into authenticity and true self and what God has co-created as far as a path for you, right? But see, again, with a lot of arrogant, egotistical, prideful motherfuckers, they can't submit to that process with me because they think it's submitting to me. I am just a facilitator. I am not the creator. I'm a co-creator at best, and so are you. But the only way we could do that is submit to the process. And the only way folks can do that is trust, equity, and faith. And guess what? Most folks don't have that and are not working to get that. That's exactly what they're looking to avoid, right? It's the old my way versus truth, life, and the way, right? You ain't Frank Sinatra. If you were Frank Sinatra, I'd have told you the first day that I met you, you got it like that. You ain't got it like that. So you don't have an option to do my way. The only option that's going to work for you and everybody else is truth, life, and the way. And the fact that you haven't figured that out yet, when I had to figure it out, I'm way more of a person who, if I was going to make it my way, it would be me. It's not going to work for me. It damn sure ain't going to work for you. I don't know who you motherfuckers think that you are. You ain't got the mouthpiece. You ain't got the heart. You ain't got the balls, and you can't put it all together like that. So I don't know what gives you the arrogance and the ego and pride and the balls to think you're going to do it any other way than the way. And if I could present that and show you that and experience that with you and reverse engineer that after the fact with you based on organic unfolding revelatory experience, that's where the power and the value is at, right? That's the point that I'm getting to. They don't understand that's where the true power and value is at, because they can't hold it in their hand. And many of them are so heartbroken that when I talk and I bring it forth, they can't feel it in their gut and in their heart. Many will look with their eyes and not see, with the ears listen and not hear, with the heart not get the sense of it. All right, we got to get back to Hellsent and the rest of the politicos, because they're the commissioned, well-paid experts who know all about how life works and what we need to be doing next. No, I never got to my other song. We went to Panel Hopper. See? Bad, Paulie boy. Bad. Thank you, Paulie boy, for refocusing me. We got to premiere some new white and black Negro music here. Hashtag is he albino. What do I want? What do I want here? Okay, this is concerning, potentially. No, it's not. I reordered them. Okay, everything's okay. Catching charges or got a lot of charges? Sounds similar. These Slaves Tough. How about that? Let's go These Slaves Tough. Starring Chili DeCastro, one of our friends along the way. And I'm not hating. I'm using my experience as inspiration, dealing with a bunch of liars, frauds, cowards, dupers, deceivers, projectors. There's only so many different ways we can say it. And that would all be cool if we could just repent and reform and co-create, which we can, but others can't because they can't get out of their own way, right? So that's when we got to turn them into the content. You know, that's when we got to have a little bit of fun with it, right? Because again, inside of all of us is a Chili DeCastro. Inside of all of us is a Paul enslaved, right? For better and for worse, if you get where I'm going with that.
These slaves be tough as fuck. These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gonna stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer. These slaves play macho. They gon' range your ass like Tonto and have these slaves dancing like Michael. It's gonna cost you some cheese like Nacho. I ain't with the cap though, ain't got no license. This like extortion. Feel like I'm drinking one and pop a 4/5 punch that is clock, that's the end of his shift. I don't got patience for fraud and we already exposed him, the scholar just talking. You didn't pay attention, you know that it cost him. Acting like he be on that, so they offed him. I live with a chip on my shoulder, you get on my nerves and smoking and coughing. Get your ass clapped like Lena. Since he thinking he tough, well, a slave, they about to lean you. Boom! These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gonna stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I must get some charges this summer. I know my rights. I don't bow to no fake crown. Freedom in my chest, I won't let them shut me down. The badge ain't legit and I don't comply. I answer to the truth, not the lies they supply. Hands up for the people, not the ones who in line. Stand firm in the storm, I get stronger by the hour. Can't on my mind, can't make me cower. I move with the free and I'm staying empowered. It's fucking till they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
Wet 'em Up remix. We're doing alchemy too. We're rewriting these songs and turning music that's about killing and robbing and doing evil, right? Doing bad into standing for rights, you know, upholding the law, being honorable and good faith as much as possible, right? So I think that that's productive service as well. You know, let's take that high energy inspiration. Let's turn it into something that works for us, our land, the people, and our future. From hell to heaven. That's the idea. All right, maybe one more. I'm kind of liking that. Feeling like I want to do more. You know, see, that's why I keep making this music, because it's like one of those drugs for me, right? I get a taste and I want more. Whether it's to play them here for you guys and listen along, or to create another one. I got the itch lately. I got the bug. All right, let's go. Catching charges back to back. Why not?
Gorilla here learned to cook in the joint. Paulie be making heat. Paulie be making heat. We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting. It's okay. The ops ain't never on they block. They busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep. Bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap for them more time. If the cops got shit to say, you in OD acting like a slave. Can't believe he
he act this lame. Cut him off this full of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Hey. God on my side, I don't trip, I've been ready for the pressure. He was talking out his neck, now he crying, learned a lesson. No cap, we don't lack, we just move, we don't need extras. If he reach for that car, bet his daddy gon' correct him. I was posted West Coast, rotten apple was the borough. P got locked, he's still outside, got no choice but keep it thorough. Came up off the mud, not a whole hood, no, it's tryna run up with his cars, now it's pepper that we smoking. We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your Crawford, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say. He went OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this full of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. I've been heavy on my own, never needed extra manpower. They love to speak on smoke, to that pressure bring the man out. Brody got a couple views, wolf and let his mask down. If it ain't about the money, you don't never see these damn clowns. I remember long nights, suicidal in the town. Same ones used to call me crazy, ask me what we gon' do now. Keep it all in motion, I can't stop this train for nothing. We bringing the real shit back, these other slaves just bluffing. We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your Crawford, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say. He went OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this full of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay.
The collaboration we didn't know we needed.
Gorilla here!
I don't know. I'm really liking that. I'm liking that OTF. Liking that King Von sort of rights and freedom vibe. That merger. All right, one more. We got one more. I think. Let me see here. Yeah, I think we got one more that we haven't premiered here. Got a lot of charges. Don't tell the slaves. They get uppity. They start looking at me different.
Hey, look, don't tell nobody, but P, he got a lot of charges. First move he made, they didn't know this shit was promised. Second move he made, they didn't believe it, tried to block it. Third move he made, they couldn't see it was uncommon.
How you wake up when you slaved up? Freedom ain't an option. Not chasing bands, I'm taking stands. Gorilla, keep on stomping. And if they lock the door, we bust it open and we mobbing. We got 300 unslaved, we moving like some Spartans. The pepper folded, he got scolded. Goofy scholar was just sobbing. And if you all stop being real, I'm gonna cause a problem. He talking big, but he ain't winning. How the fuck he selling product? Cowards on the internet and lying while they robbing. Hey, look, don't tell nobody, but P, he got a lot of charges. First move he made, they didn't know this shit was promised. Second move he made, they didn't believe and tried to block it. Third move he made, they couldn't see it was uncommon. Hey, look, don't tell the slaves that I got a lot of charges. I was born to keep it real. These other clowns are heartless. They can talk that big talk, but we never see the progress. They just keep on playing safe, but they not keeping it honest. I'm running my own shit like fuck Donnie in Congress. If you slaves still vote and pay, then I'm gonna mock you constant. Love your changer just a slave. You're pimped out and unconscious. How you wake up, know you slaved up. Freedom ain't an option. Hey, look, don't tell nobody, but P, he got a lot of charges. First move he made, they didn't know this shit was promised. Second move he made, they did believe and tried to block it. Third move he made, they couldn't see it was uncommon.
All right, a little less auto tune on that one. Alteration on the voice. Margot's here. Did you see OTW in the bear costume? Yeah. So the bear costume. The bear costume wasn't what we ordered. It wasn't what I wanted. Whatever. He didn't come and get me for the bit. I don't know what any of these people are doing anymore. I really don't. I'm lucky if I can keep my shit together. I'm lucky if I know what the fuck I'm doing and where I'm going, right? So that's what I mostly stay focused on nowadays, right? Keeping myself in alignment and doing what I need to do for me and those around me. Justin Johnson and some others. That reminds me, I have to, express my gratitude, right? I have to remind myself to also be thankful and grateful, right? To stay thankful and grateful, not to be kind of bitter and resentful about what I'm not getting or what I'm missing out on. So, yeah, just I don't want to, I'm not going to do the whole mea culpa thing, but like, just to give you guys some insight and context, right? If I come across that way at times, and that's just something I may need to work on, and I have been working on and practicing that. If I come across unthankful and grateful, it's really my bitterness and resentment at times for having to give up, at least at times, right? Because it's never over, right? We never know what the future holds, but in a way, in certain ways, having to give up what seems like, let me put it that way, because I don't want to say like, oh, I had to give this up. What it feels like, that oftentimes is probably not reality. It feels like I had to give up a career and a bunch of cash and potentially a position to be who and what I am, right? And that's not even you guys' like fault. In a way, a lot of you guys get something from that, whether it's inspiration for yourself in your own life or entertainment because I'm whatever, right? Fill in the blank. But I do at times. I am tested and challenged by being me, right? Or what I would call I am that am, in a world where being me is frowned upon for certain reasons. And my road, my journey isn't like others at times, right? And that's a good thing when it comes to certain levels of honor and good faith and character. And that's a challenging and trying thing on the flesh level, right? When it comes to dating, sexuality, finances, careers, socializing, and all the rest of it, right? And again, maybe others' walk is that way, and I'm just not as connected to it as I could be. I think there are a lot of folks who come here who share that experience and therefore that sentiment. But yeah, again, and maybe that's why a lot of you guys are more tolerant and forgiving of me, because you have the same experience, so you get it, right? And I'm just blessed to have you folks around me for that reason, right? As long as you don't enable me and yourself to be dysfunctional and toxic, I am blessed to have people who either understand me or can accept me if they don't understand me, and be somewhat tolerant of my less than savory qualities, right? So again, I am regularly inspired by you folks who contribute and support. There are times where I say, well, I must have done something right to have that and deserve that, and hopefully I continue to do so. And there are times where I am fearful and doubting of myself, and I say, this is all a fluke, and I'm lucky to have this, and I better do something or create something to not lose that, right? So yeah, I'm basically, again, that just circles the drain on me, kind of reminding myself to be clear with some of you folks who've been here for a while and do contribute and support, that I'm not unthankful and ungrateful at all for you guys. It's quite the opposite. There are times where I've gotten, I don't want to say out of bed, but I've gotten up off my ass to do and create and be because of you, in a way, when I didn't have it in the tank, right? When I didn't have the energy or the gas in the tank, or I didn't have the will, right? I draw on that. Like I said, the other side of that is my bitterness and resentment toward just people and groups and collectives and a system in general, that even when you put in the time and energy and attention and do the work, seeks to try to stop you from making progress, right? And from moving with that momentum, right? So that can be definitely, and I'm sure it's meant to be, right? That's one of the, you could argue, the goals, is it's meant to frustrate. It's meant to get you bitter and resentful. It's meant to get you acting out. So then they can now not only shadow ban you and stack the deck, they could point to you and say, look at this crazy motherfucker and how he acts over there. You wonder why he needs to be contained and controlled, right? He's not fit, that boy. That boy ain't fit. Don't invite him to Christmas dinner either. So, all right. I think I made that clear. I think people probably already get that and got that. And if they don't, maybe we can come to an understanding about all that, right? Again, if we ever find ourselves in that position, try to put yourself in my place, right? And if you need some more information or context, I'm willing to give it to you. And if you don't believe me, I get it. I'll bring up third parties, fourth and fifth parties to confirm if necessary, right? We can have the conversation. I actually attempted to do that in my own way when I brought my father and other folks close to me on the broadcast to be completely open and transparent, to show different dynamics that have kind of always been present in my life, right? That frustrate me at times. I choose to see it as a test and a challenge that ultimately has and will continue to make me better and make others better if we let it be, right? So, too many people get too bent over words and tone is kind of sad. Well, and it's about the truth, of course, as well. As they say, the old cliche, the truth hurts. And of course, what we know about healing is the hurt is the first step to the healing in any kind of process, usually, right? So the truth hurts, so we avoid it, but then we avoid the healing because the only way to get the healing is through honesty and reconciliation, right? So it's a forward escape. We got to go into and through the hurt to get to the heal. Avoidance is the problem. Attention and accountability is the solution. Justin Johnson for ScrewTube, thank you for your contribution and support. And of course, there are links up top, whether it's contribution and support, non-taxable events, gift for what folks find value in, right? It's a private interaction. If you make a comment, though, and I happen to be live, I will read it. Okay, because why not? If you got something you absolutely have to say or present, I will do you that favor. That's not a service. I'm doing that favor, but so far I haven't missed. Jimmy Shively, of course, a well-known viewer, part of the experience. Experiencer is a better way to put it, right? We're all experiencers here. I don't want to do the whole presenter viewer thing. Andy, I believe. Andy H. for little encouragement. Well, thank you, Andy. I appreciate the sentiment, but let's just be clear. I would prefer, unlike some other places where folks thrive on sympathy, right? Guilt and shame and sympathy and projections. I don't want you necessarily, and maybe that's why I need it, right? You have to make that determination, but I don't necessarily want you giving for encouragement, right? Because that may not work for me and for you. I want you to give, or how about this? I think it's more appropriate to give where you find value, right? So if I cause you to think, right? If I give you some place to be and I take up your time and you feel like you've gotten something for it, right? If I bring you some value, some inspiration, some entertainment, maybe I just take you away, right? I'm a good drug for you, a good form of escapism, right? Which, of course, half kidding, you have to watch that. Joke, non-joke, right? There's some truth in every jest. So, yeah, give where you find value. Because if not, what we're doing over here is charity, and I'm not essentially in that business. I'm really not in any business at all. The best business is no busyness. The best busyness is no business at all. Okay. So I come on here because I think I got something to say. I think that it's interesting or important, especially for new folks who are pimped out and slaved out, right? I hold a golden key, some might say, to their future and their future's future, right? Their children, their women, whoever, whatever. So, and of course, it's in an infotainment format. So that's my preference. That's my ultimate preference and what I'd like to do and what I'd like to be here for is the constant revolving door of folks who sit for a while and they already get it. So they either want to talk or experience the legal lawful and the other aspects of conscious and awareness and co-creation. They think that they can apply that to themselves in their life and get power and value in an honorable sense. And I think that that's true. You know, talking certain uncommon common sense ideas. For those folks, again, they have to apply themselves more, right? If they've been here for 4 or 5 years and there's something that they specifically are interested in or entertained by or want to talk about or experience, they have to kind of take an initiative there. You know, whether it's in the chat or calling in or on panel or with me, right? You know, like you call the number, you text the number, you email me and you say, hey, listen, I want more of this on the broadcast. I want to be a part of this. Can we talk about this? And then absolutely, we can do that. But if not, if we're not breaking in the algorithm and potentially freeing some slaves and helping them get out of their own way, then we go over the current events, some breaking slave news, some deceptions, you know, outright lies, false projections, manipulation tactics, various forms of power games, and inversion land psychology and subpsychology and spirituality, right? Some Luciferian anthropology, some might say, and sociology and psychology and spirituality. We do it all here without doing anything at all, really. Questions, comments, concerns, if you got something you want to present, again, links up top, contributions and support. If not, email. That's another way you can contribute and support, right? You got interesting articles. Maybe you got an AI robot that I can have sex with, and maybe have an abomination gorilla baby creature that might just help take over the world, but save it. Help save it, right? See, if I didn't say that last part, it could have got really dark and crazy. Go ahead and email me if you got any of that or more, right? Maybe you're some kind of freaky sexual deviant and you want to share your feet pictures with me. You know, you got some fetish, you get slightly turned on by the way that I regale you here. Go ahead and send them. Why not? Take a look at those tippy toes. Why not? We'll check the dogs out every so often. Why the heck not? Okay. Hell sent is ruining your whole life. Power of the people. Cameron's here. Cameron, I texted you. Okay. Don't start being like everybody else in my life who I stopped dealing with and stopped talking to, or people who stopped dealing with and stopped talking to me. I fucking texted you like a whole paragraph. That's something I don't usually do. See, these people don't get it. They don't get it. I see something in them. They get into a position with me where they're special and they don't know how to handle that, especially with someone like me. Then they ruin that. You know, because why? Most likely, I made you and others uncomfortable by speaking from my heart. I do that oftentimes. So I'm the king of cringe. I don't mind it. Nah, brother, I've been okay. That's another. See, in the back of my mind, secretly, I also tell myself, it's not all about you, Paulie boy. Not everything is reactionary. Think about how you are, Paulie boy. And then I say, you're right, Paulie boy. Sometimes I read people's shit and I don't answer for weeks, days, weeks, months, years, maybe never. I never get back to them because I'm self-centered. I'm self-absorbed. I got my own life going on. I got my own tests and challenges, my own problems. I got my own goofy bitches who I'm not fucking because they're tired of my shit. I'm tired of their shit. They're vaccinated and we just can't get over that hump, pun intended, right? So I get it, Cameron and others. Okay, there's always more to the story, people. See? All right, I'll accept that. We're all busy out here. I know I am. I'm busy doing little to nothing. Still recuperating and healing, and I'm getting better. Slowly but surely, I'm getting better. I have faith in that. It's been a struggle at times. There's no doubt. I thought it was all over. I was ready to give up, but then it's like, well, give up and do what? If the universe is not going to kill you or let you die, well, then you got to keep going. So I might have even tried to give up at one point, and then there was nowhere to go. It's like, okay, I gave up. Now what? You're still here and you're still in pain. Right. Okay. Back to the faith. I'm inside baseball there. I got my family back as well, so I've been swamped. Well, there you go. Again, we're all being tested and challenged by what? By who? By slavery and genocide and the island boys. Okay? Cue my newest meme. That's why you folks need to get out there and stop voting. Yes, that's right. You heard that right. Get out there and stop voting. I know they usually tell you got to get out there and vote. No, it's quite the opposite. Stop giving your time, energy, attention, your value, your most valuable resource, your time, energy, and attention, as well as your fiat notes that you call money. Stop giving it to these inauthentic corporate males and females. These corporatists, they're never going to help you and make your life better. If they have to be the ones to help you and make your life better, then the power for you and your life is not with you and your life. It's with corporatists, beta females, and males in suits. Now, that doesn't sound right. Right. When it doesn't sound right, it's because it's not right. So get away from all that. That's where we're at now with Cameron and others. We've been chosen by God to lead this charge by experience, to question these false authorities, to uphold the law of the land, to stand for rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. And the spiritual faith component is lacking, and we need more of that. And that's the next layer of that. And we're going to have to step on out and gamble. It's time to go to the next level, people. Okay. We already did the impossible. Remember when they all got 300,000 to 500,000 views? Remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers. 300,000 to 500,000 views on videos about me and also Cameron, because we're such silly sovereign citizens. We're so dopey. We're getting people arrested and hurt and windows broken out. We don't know what we're talking about. These are pseudo-legal arguments and theories. Fast forward 50, 100, couple hundred, however many, we can't even keep track of all the dismissals that have come through with both of us, right? And you think we're the only ones? There's way more out there. So while you guys are over there pimping on your duped out fluoridated audience, doing hundreds of thousands of views, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of subscribers, lying on me and other folks, lying to your audience, we're slowly but surely behind the 8 ball, shadow banned, doing the work one at a time in private, getting dismissals, putting everybody on record. Do you see how the game works, people? Do you see the difference between real honor and good faith given by God? Because without that, we'd have been lowly scum swine like the rest of these trash as well. So we got to stay on ourselves and each other to be accountable. It's never over. But do you see the difference in the dedication, the will, God's will, the honor, the good faith, the going through the tests and the challenges, trying to do the next right thing, trying to give all of who and what we are so we can make a better way for ourselves and each other here, while they try to mock and lie and hate and guilt us, tell us we should just shut up and comply, take the shots, follow the code, stop misleading ourselves and each other, right? What's the old saying? First they mock you, right? Then they fight you, and then you win, something along those lines. That's exactly what we have going on here, folks. See, you could put us behind the 8 ball and shadow ban us. The only reason you're doing that is because we're way ahead of our time. It's not going to be till 10 or 20 years from now where you realize how impactful folks like myself and Cameron and others have been in our own little sector, shadow banned and blackballed as we may be, right? Quietly doing the next right thing, doing the work, getting the results, putting it back out for other folks, and changing this fucking game from the inside out, from the ground up, brick by brick. That's how this shit is built. Republicans and Democrats, time to wake up, folks, on both sides. Higher taxes, decreased purchasing power, inflation rising, technocracy taking over, lockdowns, poison in the air, food and water, corruption with medicine, endless wars, loss of rights and private property. They're both pointing at each other, blaming the other side, and I'm in the middle with you folks, proclaiming you're both status slaves. You both pay tax to the island boys to use your own property while they rule over you with policy and code. You both blame each other, support the system. You fund your own enslavement. You defend your oppressors. You both ignore the facts. You're both the reason this is happening. Wake up, question everything, stop feeding the machine. Freedom isn't left or right, it's out. Exactly why some might say Christed being, Christed as a title, it's an energy, came, not like that, get your mind out of the gutter, 2,000 or so years ago to tell the folks, come out of her, my people, render to them what is theirs. That means give it all back to them. The gold and silver ain't theirs. The land ain't theirs. Our rights and freedom ain't theirs. Our God, trust, equity, and faith ain't theirs. Our way of life ain't theirs. Our co-creation and community ain't theirs. See that chain of title and how that all works? Give all the rest of this crap back to them. It was never ours anyway. We could never understand it anyway, truly, and we could never be a part of it anyway. This is going to be the next layer and level to this. And I could argue if you don't go to the next layer and level to this, all the rest of this is for nothing. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care how many views you get. I don't care how many slaves are overjoyed with the fact that they now realize they have a little bit of power on the ground with the courts and the system. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wait till you really go to the next level. And this ain't ego and pride I'm talking about. It's just supernatural. But we're going to have to get right. We're going to have to say bye-bye to the Tanawas and their corporate process and procedure and their comfortable deception and delusion and denial. We're going to have to, I fear that. It's a concern of mine, right? I'm the man for the job, though. No denying that. Play a damn good bad guy with the truth, life, and way when I need to. Didn't Jesus, I'm pretty sure, wasn't he the ultimate bad guy for the system and the corporatists? I would think so. Spitting that truth, life, and way while they go to their books and their citations and their scribes and their scriptures and all the rest of it. He's talking truth, life, way straight from the heart. You know what the heart's connected to? God. See, there's the chain of title. There's your delegation of authority. There's your constitution. They want to point to a piece of paper and talk about a constitution. Your original constitution is the constituency that makes up who and what you are, as within, so without, as above, so below. But it's going to crystallize here at some point. Might take another 5, 10, 15, 20 years. What I've been saying all along, what it actually means and what the implications are here. And the fact that most of our learning is going to be unlearning, interestingly enough. Okay, should we get back? Or should we pivot here? Any questions, comments, concerns? If you got anything, I'm going to post the number 602-730-0122. It's in the chat. Go ahead and call in. The number should be up. No, maybe it's not. We didn't get the notification if it is. Somebody called in. Okay, let's see what we got here. Although I have a feeling I know what we got here. Well, the only broadcast that called. Hello.
Hello?
Did you order a pizza?
Yes, I did. I ordered a pizza. I want the pepperoni unsliced, warm to 98 degrees, and dipped in butter.
All right. Do you want the pepperoni wrapped in our complimentary latex dressing?
Well, is it white and gooey?
All we have are the black ones left.
Oh, damn it. Those don't fit.
Listen, I can't help you, bub. I got a long line of people here, so you take what you can get or nothing at all right? You want the black?
I'm doing a barbecue. I got to get somebody to watch
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Watch that for 1
How
second.
are those New Balance fitting you?
Sorry, say again?
I thought so. All right, Lou, come on. Go barbecue. Go grill your sausage.
Listen, I called you. Listen, dumbass. I called you earlier. I just wanted to say, number one, I love you.
Well, thank you.
Number two, go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Number three, on a more, serious level, paying attention to what these losers and retards do are we not giving them power just by focusing on all of this bullshit? Not that it's not happening, not that everything you're talking about is not real, not that everything we notice is not real. It's all real. But how much of it is them getting us to manifest for them?
I get that line of thinking, and that could be true, except for the fact that, you know, us laying eyes on it when we're doing and being something different, I don't think gives it power. If anything, it sort of pulls the curtain on the Wizard of Oz, right? We're not only not giving it power, we're exposing how powerless and how weak it actually is when we individually and collectively are united with truth, life, and way, right?
Yeah.
So I don't see it that way because a lot of these truthers, if you look and listen, Lou, if you go back, again, it's going to take years for you to realize the impact of one individual like myself or others here. If you go back and look at one point, everyone would have told you there's nothing that we could do. We're not going to do anything different. This is New World Order. It's the Satanists, the reptilians. They got the whole thing. We just got to experience it. That's not what's happening now, right?
Yeah, and I'm not saying I have the answer, Paul. I really don't. But just based on looking at my own life.
These people are a laughing stock at this point. Donald Trump, Hegseth, and the rest of these clowns are not only not being given power by us and others, they're getting more and more frustrated because we're memeing them, we're laughing at them, we're mocking them, and we're not complying, and we don't need them to save us.
Right. And I agree with all of that. I just, you know, the last few years of my life, I spent a lot of years prior to, let's say, COVID, focused on all the shit that my life had turned into. And it was like as if I was waiting for the end. And until I turned that around and started focusing on all the things I love, all the things I want, all the things I care about, all the things I, want to do in my life, and literally took my focus off all the rest, that's when it started changing.
Well, I agree with that. I think it's almost a two-parter, right? It's like, see, what you're saying is true when we don't live our life in between whatever broadcast or thoughts or feelings or experiences I'm having. Then it becomes true. If not, it's, hey, I show up from time to time. We mock these wannabe pimps and these hoes and slaves. We reflect on how that's also us. And then we move forward in our life to do and be and have better, right? Or to just live whatever we've been lacking this whole time, right? So that's the two-parter of the equation. If you just get stuck on these people, what they're doing next, what they're not going to do, this, well, then, then it becomes giving our power and our life away to them. When we recognize who and what they are and who and what we are, and then we go off to live our life day to day and almost be inspired by that, you know what? I'm not going to let these motherfuckers tell me anything about who and what I am. I'm going to live my life to the fullest, and if they cross my path, then I'm going to deal with them. And that's that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the whole idea, what's it called? Not controlled opposition, the other one, predictive programming. So they put out a lot of this stuff so that they can predictively program our minds so that we can help them achieve their goals and forget ours, So that's the thing that worries me a little bit about it, right? Not that, of course, you got to pull the freaking veil away from this little gremlin that's pulling the wheels.
Right. Again, what do I keep talking about with folks here in other places that has started to come forward, right? So we got 10 folks, like 3/4 of those are families. So like 8 families and 10 individuals essentially hurrying up and waiting, right? Because I've been looking around. I've been stuck on Arizona. That might be a me problem at some point. We may have to move from that, or it may just be less of us, and then we'll be on Arizona and we'll bring in some trees if we need to. And we could grow. They got a pistachio farm and a watermelon farm down the road from here. We're growing out here right now. So it does work. You may just need, a couple accessories. So that's the point, man. While these people set up 2028, 2029 economical collapse, great reset, right? Potential lockdowns and all the rest of it. We should be inspired by that to be getting together to pool resources, because we could say it ain't about money, but on some level it is. if we're going to buy land and work together, that's where this is at, bro. This ain't my pipe dream. This is an idea whose time has come. And it ain't nothing new, really. We're getting back to the old ways and basics because you got to go backwards sometime to move forward. So this isn't some sales pitch. I'm sitting here going, hey, bro, this is what they're doing. This is where it's going to go. We're like 8 out of 10 for predictions. They're not predictively programming us. We're studying who and what they are, what they're doing, and we're studying history to reverse engineer it so we can study the trend and exploit the trend. That's all this is. We're studying the trends so we can exploit the trend. How do we put ourselves in position to be debt-free, to have the land secured, to be tax-free on that land, to actually have what they call a lardial title?
Yes.
Tired of all these fucking extras on this shit. We need to keep it simple. That's what the founders wanted. Very simple. God, given, right, own, property, right, gun, use gun, stop, take property. This is very simple.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying we need to go to war and overthrow. We just need to apply ourselves. 10, 15, 20, 50 of us showing up with claims and not going away is going to cost them a lot of money to litigate. Oftentimes in this system that's all about money, they make a cost-benefit analysis. They say, put Polly Boy and Lou and the rest of them on this list of don't call anymore because they're costing us more money than they're making us. We're going to get land over here that's going to cost $300 a year in taxes. I'm going to cost them $800 a year in sitting on the phone and answering emails and actual letters to where they say, put him on the list that don't call no more. He's costing us money, and this is a money-making endeavor. We're not here to spend money to deal with and litigate, right? So again, we're only stronger in numbers if we're strong individually. So this call goes out to strong individuals. See, there's prerequisites here. I'm not looking for anybody and everybody. I could get that already. I turned that down. This is for strong individuals who either are doing and being better or want to do and be better, who want to secure land for themselves and their family in future, who want to be tax-free and work on that practice together, and are willing to apply what we know to secure our rights and freedoms. And hey, in between, we live good and work together. I'm not a very social creature, so you're not going to see me out and about. I'm pretty much sequestered and secluded. I kind of like it that way at this point. I'd rather be with myself and whatever I'm studying or what I'm listening to or what I'm creating, or just be in nature and maybe with a few other folks and live and let live, right? But if not, if we're not starting a parade and we don't have a YMCA going, at least we know our neighbors, right? So I'm trying to put us all in a position where we win. The other side to that is going to be financial investment. If we all go in on property and let's say we take 100 acres, we divide it up into 10-acre plots, we put a septic and whatever on each. Again, we have all the equipment and the know-how to do it. We already did it here. So it's not going to cost us 10, 20 grand. It's going to cost us $2,000 or $3,000 a piece. At some point, 3 to 5 years down the line here, hopefully before we go economic collapse, with inflation and everything else, we flip it, we get a little value off it, we repurpose, we reinvest, wash, rinse, repeat, right? So that's part of the goal here as well.
One thing. You're definitely right about one thing. The idea is time has come. I'm at a little gathering that we have every couple of weeks, and every week there's new people. And interestingly enough, I found so many of them now discussing this idea of your right to travel, your right to
Are you playing our videos and channel at these events? Are you making
I tell everybody.
That's it. So it's already happening. We're already in the bloodstream. We're already in the water.
Nobody's going to be watching a video here. Everybody's having a, so it's a social event. So, but more and more people are coming, new people every week.
That's fine. We're already in the bloodstream. We're in the water supply. It's already happening. This is a cosmic movement and we're a pivotal part of it. I want a booth in the corner. I want a speaker set up and a screen in the corner where I can rant and rave. And that's where people can go to blow off some steam. If they want to masturbate, if they want to cut themselves, if they need something that they need to do to refocus and process, that's that area, right? It's not pretty. It's not pretty, but it's necessary. Okay, it's an off-gassing chamber. It's a venting chamber. We need one at every social event. That's my contention. That's what I'm contending we need.
I'm with you. Now, I got to tell you, go fuck yourself.
Thank you.
I got to go deal with my people.
And you as well. A very good fuck yourself to you as well, Lewis. And blessings all around. The best known family. I love you as well.
We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right. Louis Bastone, father, butcher, patriot, roadkill collector. Man wears many hats, as we know. Okay. Where are we at? We're on the 2-hour mark. I imagine this. I didn't plan to do a lot of talking here today. Yeah, right. I really am the biggest fool in this world and in these interactions. You almost have to be the biggest fool in order to believe in the unbelievable, in order to attempt the seemingly impossible. All right, so everybody plays the fool sometime. Being a fool isn't always necessarily a bad thing, and it's oftentimes a matter of perspective. Okay, back to Hellsent. What's the guy's name again? Keith Hegseth? What's his? I can't even keep. There's so many of these douchebag corporatist assholes that cycle in and out. I can't even keep them straight anymore. I'm still on Mitch McConnell, and he's basically the Walking Dead at this point. I just memorized Mitch McConnell's name and got to know him, and now he just freezes up like a fish stick and can't even talk. He's on his way out. Isn't that always the way? It's like the women in my life, you know. I just start to learn their name and they're already packing their stuff and leaving. And I go, I thought this was going well. We were just starting to establish a connection. Like, Paulie boy, it's been 32 years. We don't know what the hell you're up to, what's going on there. You got a lot of issues with yourself and your mother. There's a lot there. Hi, Paul. Your confidence level is running very high tonight. Well, I'm feeling pretty decent. For the last 2.5 years, I've had constant pain ranging from significant to almost unbearable. Many times on the broadcast, I had to go to clips and videos because I couldn't even really summon the energy to speak. I was in so much pain. So I'm relatively pain-free, all things considered. For the first time this last week or so in probably 2.5 years. So I'm rather flowy and somewhat inspired, and I got a bit of my energy and focus back. I'm also dealing with some of the guilt of just completely acting like an insane animal and going off on everybody for over 2.5 years, because if it wasn't the physical pain it started off as a twinge and then it just grew and grew and got really unbearable. Which was very frustrating, that combined with dealing with the courts and the slavery and all the rest of it. So, we're working it out. We're working through it, right? Good evening. Are you going to ban me again? Keith Williams, are you going to be honest with yourself and me? Because that's all of what these cycles are with a lot of you folks, is you're not honest with yourself and me. You don't know that you do it oftentimes, but you play games with yourself and me, and oftentimes I'm not willing to play. So I just tell you what's going on and what's going to happen, and if you can't see it the way I see it and understand it, then I'm just going to move forward. And if you continue to try to chip away or nag me or project onto me, then I just remove you. Okay, so Keith, would you like to go to your emails you sent me telling me all about how you have important friends and how you're a part of something and you had hope for me and maybe your hope was misplaced because I'm fill in the blank? You're very presumptuous, you're very arrogant, and you're very ignorant. And I smell a lot of you inauthentic corporate males a mile away. You don't know that, but I've told you and many others that. So again, you need to understand who and what you're dealing with here. I'm not impressed by you and your way of living. If anything, I'm put off by it. I don't get turned on when you name drop and you tell me all about your lifestyle. If anything, I feel like you're insulting me and disrespecting me, because you and others don't do what I do on the ground, yet you proclaim to do that and more because you're delusional and in denial. And then you try to name drop and lifestyle drop because you think there's worldly power in that. Then I get more disrespected and demeaned because I say, well, you know what's interesting about this? I'm doing the work you and others are not doing, and you're trying to show off about the things in life you have by not doing that work. When like reasonably what you should be doing is joining me in the work and maybe even potentially taking some of those pretty and nice things you have and sharing them with others who are doing the work for you and others that you're not doing, right? See, I'm very selfish and narcissistic and worldly like that. I'm not like most people. I don't start figuring out how I'm going to try to get close to you and get in with you and use you to get to who you know or get what you have. I start wondering why the fuck you're telling me any of that to begin with, as if I'm not as intelligent and well-spoken as you, and I couldn't be as equally successful in this world as you, if not more so, if I didn't apply myself and, more importantly, ignore who and what I am in order to get there and be there. I resent you. See? You don't show off in front of me and make me feel a power differential. You remind me of why I didn't take the path you and others took and why I'm in a completely different lane doing something completely different, and never the two shall mix. It's oil and water, okay? See, we have to go back to the origin story. Who and what we are, what we've always been, and how we've lived alongside. We occupy the same rooms at times, but we don't occupy the same space. Let's go right back to middle school, Keith and others, who and what you are and were, what you come from, who and what I am and was and what I come from. How we lived, what was important to us, how we showed up every day or didn't. What it all means, why it is the way that it is, what's the implication and where does it all go, right? So again, I get it. You guys meet me. You think I'm going to be overjoyed by getting a chance to interact with the likes of you. I'm not. That's off-putting to you, and you get bitter and resentful about it. So you start to play subconscious power games, and eventually I go, hey, listen, I see that for what it is. You may not. Take it over there, or I'm going to get you gone. And you think it's me playing a power game. No, I'm protecting my peace and power from people like you and others who don't actually possess that. You know what the proof that you don't actually, one aspect of proof you don't actually possess that is you told me in the email you were going to block and ban me and not come back. And here you are again, as if I didn't know you would be back. Because you want and need something from me or with me. I don't want and need something from or with you. There is a obvious power and value dynamic here that you keep revealing, showing, and displaying. But if I was to reveal it, show it, and display it and talk about it, you would say I was being egotistical and narcissistic. Another inauthentic power game that a lot of you passive-aggressive corporatists play. I'm not interested in it. Just know I see you from top to bottom. I see through you. I know who and what you are, why you do what you do. Everything you say is rooted in a thought. Every thought you have is rooted in a sentiment. Those sentiments make up your character, and I can read you from a mile away. It's what's gotten me where I am in life. It's what's gotten me through those rooms with you and others in a competent way. Competent. Okay? So I'm going to hold to that. I don't have all the other things you and others have. I only have that one thing. But gosh darn it, that thing has served me all the more than the rest of all the other things you and others have or think you have. So I'm going to hold to that. And again, I also appreciate from you and others the freedom to be me unapologetically and also potentially be wrong. Because you got to have the freedom to be wrong and do wrong in order to know how to do right and be right. You got to learn how to lose in order to learn how to win, right? So maybe there's something you know that I don't. Maybe there's something you have or have put forth that I'm missing. I didn't get that from you. I left middle school. Perhaps you did not. Right. See, you're doing it right now. I didn't say that I haven't changed at all in certain ways since then. I'm saying that I've always been authentic to who and what I am back to those days, while you and others have always denied who and what you are, or maybe you are authentic in who and what you are, in which case we're very different people. And I have little to no interest, excitement, or entertainment from interacting with people like you. My only interest, inspiration, and entertainment from interacting with people like you is to turn you into content, even though you want to pay me for some kind of relationship. That's another thing that throws many of you off, is you give me money sometimes and you think it's going to change how I interact with you. It's not. And you should respect me for that. And instead of respecting me for that, you resent me for that. You know why? Because in your circles everywhere, paying and being something gets you access. Here, it gets you mocked and laughed at if you don't have the goods. If you got the symbols of power and value, but you don't got the goods, it not only doesn't get you access here, it gets you mocked and ridiculed, and you resent me in this place and people like us even more, but you're fatally attracted to coming back over and over again. Why? Because in your circles where people have it all, so they say, they really have nothing because they've lost their integrity and authenticity. That's what keeps bringing you and the civilized, sophisticated, well-to-do folks back here over and over again. The same things that you resent are the same things you're attracted to. Now, if you'd like, Keith, to stop talking down to me like you're some old wise man who's going to school me and tutor me, if you'd stop being arrogant enough to talk down to me, you might actually learn something from your interactions with me, although I highly doubt it, because every interaction you've had with me so far has been from the perspective of you know something and have something that I want, need, but don't know it, and you would show it to me and give it to me if I would just act a certain way. And because I'm not, you won't. This is a game I've played or tried to not play with many folks like you. Okay, you're not the first Keith Williams to show up in my life, believe it or not. I know you and others fashion yourself to be so unique and different and special, so much so you tried to argue with me about etymological definitions of words to try to alter my whole rap and presentment here, right? You're going to do it. You're going to be the one who alters my whole rap and presentment here because you know something the rest of us don't, right? Then we could just get down to the fact that on air, as a personality, as a presenter, you're god-awful boring. I know most people in your life don't tell you that because they're too busy trying to suck up to you or get around you or with you to get what you have or get where you think you've gotten. That's not me. See, I'm Pinocchio, the boy who stopped lying. My nose don't grow. I cut my strings. I'm a real one. I'm not going to interact with you or entertain you beyond a certain point. I'm going to use you for my entertainment because you've never gone beyond a certain point, even though you purport to be so much more evolved than you were and are in middle school. See, I don't bullshit myself and others. I say that's not the case at all. If we go right back to who and what we are, where we come from and why from middle school, you'll see exactly who and what we are still on some level. Your willingness to acknowledge that or your inability or unwillingness to acknowledge that. Because you're most likely lacking in self-awareness and awareness of others. So, Keith, if you'd like to call in, and because you alluded to many things on your last email, I just completely threw you to the side and expected not to hear from you anymore, while noting that people have done this before, and usually they come back and here you are, right? So I'm perfectly happy with you sticking to your word and just not dealing with me anymore. But you're not. So you showed me once again you don't keep to your word, like so many others like you I've dealt with. So since you're back, even though you said you wouldn't be back, and I was totally cool with that, you must want or need something with me or from me. So please call in or come up if you need a link and tell me what it is you need from me or with me, because you alluded to you knowing something and having hope for me, and you thought I was going to be the one, but I disappointed you. You're not my daddy. Again, I don't need some guidance and leadership from you and with you. I really don't respect you. If you'd like to show me some reasons why I should respect you, bringing up certain names and certain positions isn't going to be the way to do it. It's the quickest way for me to mock you and laugh at you. I'm not one of those, right? That's most people. That's not me. You got to show me. Don't tell me. You can't build a rep with me based on telling me shit or other people telling me shit, right? I've always been that person. Oh, so-and-so is this. He knows them. He does this. Great. I don't give a fuck. Who or what are you? What are you about day to day? What are you creating? What do you stand for? You got to show me that. And oftentimes it's the exact opposite of what's reported, right? So You can't get I'm one of the real ones. You can't get a rep with me by telling me who you know and what your credentials are. Quite the opposite. Now you just put yourself under a microscope with me. Now I'm going to look even harder at you, who and what you are and what you do, right? To do the analysis. Because you want to play those games. The way you build a rep as a man with men is by being who and what you are over a long enough period of time. You show who and what you are, what you're about, and motherfuckers build a bond because they go through everything together the right way. Inauthentic corporate males and females can't figure out why, want nothing to do with them, don't even want to take their money, won't humor them or entertain them or interact with them beyond a certain point. And if they try to play games with me, they get turned into my fucking content. You all don't remember this? You haven't seen this for years? I took all this character's videos off of here too because I'm done with his goofy ass. There's like 2 left out of 15.
God damn it, Paul.
See the inauthentic corporate beta males? They all look the same, sound the same. They all got the same delusion, denial, the same projections, the same inauthenticity, the same agendas, the same scams and schemes, the same lack of actual production results on the ground, the same lack of actual fortitude, courage, and character, honor, and good faith. You're literally all the same person. Don't you get it? They always get so bitter and resentful when the rap that they use is that works on the goofy bitch at the bar that they had wind up having kids with 20 years later doesn't work on me. Why don't you get out of your pride and ego and go with the party that really wants to understand truth and how this life works? You'll get so much further with me and the understanding. You would think once you reach like 40, 50, 60, 70 or older, you get tired of playing the whole I'm going to establish myself game and I'm going to be somebody game and I'm going to show everybody how I want to be received game and just really be you and be honest with yourself and others. It's way more interesting, entertaining, exciting, rewarding. The problem is it's also way more testing and challenging for you and others. And most of you are bitch ass motherfucking cowards and you run from every challenge and adversity in your life. You don't run into it and through it. Then you want to turn around and brand yourself shit like live beyond fear, for example. I'm just making up names now, right? You want to make up a brand and try to sell it to everybody as something you live when it's the antithesis of who and what you are, right? Keith wants to tell me all about how he knows famous politicians and sits in councils and advises each other on wars and all the rest of it. You're a bunch of cowardly fucking clowns. Tell me about a war you actually fought in. Tell me about something you actually stood alone where you were guaranteed to lose and it's just you versus a whole fucking world. Tell me about that story and that life purpose and path. Oh, wait, you don't have it. You can't tell a story about something you never got. See? Yet you want to approach someone who has that experience, who can tell that story in a way as if you're above and beyond me, right? Then you want to pretend like I'm the arrogant one. Fucking laughable. And you know what? God and the universe and this government's going to judge all you punk ass cowards, already has been doing and going to continue to do it. And whether I like it or not, I got to love it and I'm going to laugh all the way fucking through it because it's based in cause and effect. And I got to thank somebody now. I got to thank 2 people. Okay, so this person, it went through twice. Brooke, I appreciate that. Although I don't want you doing that twice. Please put it in chat or email me. I don't know if you got the first one. So just in case. All right, so I'm gonna send one back because it seemed like you were cool with sending it twice, but I don't necessarily feel comfortable with that. So I'm just gonna presume that you accidentally sent one twice, and I'm gonna send one of them back. And then if you want to send it after that, you're free to do as you wish. Yeah, there's another dynamic going on here too that I should address while I'm in here because I was just reminded of it. You fucking weird codependent folks on here who try to like get me into stuff with you, go away and leave me the fuck alone. This is why the block button is so effective in the digital realm, right? You guys wouldn't believe. That's another thing I should have put in my my explanatory statement to the contributors, supporters, and core audience. You guys don't, and I'm not victiming, I'm just saying part of the reason at times you can see I'm bitter and resentful is because you have no idea the types of creatures that come across, or maybe you do, the types of creatures who come across my digital desk, so to speak. And just the various lies and insanity, nonsense, power games, projections, just the whole thing, right? From top to bottom, requests, requirements, you know, like I've gotten it all at certain points, and it does something to you. It's almost like becoming a detective or forensic, not pathologist, but what do they call those folks? The forensic investigators, I guess, for lack of a better term, right? After you've seen enough just blood and guts and gore and dysfunction and sickness and nonsense, it does something to you. As if it already, okay, so she's telling me in the thing, no, don't send it back. All right, well, listen, I'm not going to beg you then to keep value. I was trying to do the right thing, which is difficult for me, believe it or not, but I try. But I appreciate that. Miss Devlin, very generous of you. So yeah, this other person on here, these people, they contribute and then they turn around a week or two later and they ask me for more back. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, I come here to give you who and what I am and what I think could work for you when it comes to legal. That's my main thing. That's what you need. I'm a vending machine for a very limited understanding and experience for legal lawful, and a bit of entertainment for calling out the rest of the frauds in these realms who don't go to court but then claim to be legal scholars and then make thousands and hundreds of thousands off fake products. And then when you go to jail, you wind up messaging me because they won't even talk to you. This is how laughable. I'm the arrogant, egotistical, bad guy narcissist who answers every message I get from every single person for 5 years and tries to give them what I have, right? So yeah, where was I going with that? Right. Some of you are so bizarre and weird and entitled that you think that I owe you something and I haven't done or been or given enough. And this is part of the point too, right? After doing 7 days a week for over 1,000 days straight, whether you think I'm insane or not, you know, like you're here, you're watching, you're consuming content, you know, you're going to go ahead and give me like $20 as a gift, quote unquote, because you love me or because I bring you value and don't ask for shit and I'm available to everyone at all times. That might be my biggest mistake, quite frankly. I've drastically lowered my value by being available. Slaves don't value someone who's available to everyone. They value the guy who won't talk to anyone and then charges you $2,000 an hour to consult, right? That's the highest valued, most watched person. But yeah, like they're so entitled and selfish and greedy and needy that I haven't done enough for them and given them enough and presented enough and created enough and put myself on the line enough to get the damn experience, to give it away enough, right? They send me money and then they turn around and go, now give me back double. And I'm like, is this some kind of weird God? Because this is why you wonder why I brought God so much into my life. I've had to go to God and sit with so many things and pray on it and wonder, are these signs, symbols, tests? What is this? Because I can't imagine people doing any of this shit. Like organically, authentically, just being people and doing this shit. They're like, hey, we've been here for 5 years. You've given everything you have. You've changed my life in certain ways. I went to court multiple times, got dismissals before I would have paid somebody to pimp on me and still been a bitched out slave. Had to pay thousands and go to jail and whatever else. Here's $20. And then weeks later go, now give me back 40. And I'm like, why? Is this just another test of my good faith, honor, and goodwill? Because maybe now I have everything I need and then some. Like I maybe should give it back to you and more. Now I'm sitting somewhere wondering what I'm doing with this person and what kind of relationship I'm in with them and what kind of game this is, right? Like do the next week, I should start just leaning into all these games and just letting everyone have their way with me and see where it goes. I think I did that to a point and it almost killed me for 2 or 3 years straight there. But I should really lean into it. Okay, you give me 20, I give you back 40. Maybe the next week she gives 60, then I give 80, and then we just keep going till forever. Like who knows? I missed out on that. Now I'm just purely venting behind the scenes interactions and nonsense, right? Which I can do. We're not in the algorithm. It's just you and I and you. You know, the usuals, the regulars, the unslavians. All right, let's get a little bit of Fox noise in. We're coming up on the 3rd hour soon. I might check out somewhere around the 3rd. Who knows? We'll see. We'll play it by ear. But I need more news first. I got to stay informed. I got to know what's going on and what I need to do next. I need to know the next thing I need to be afraid of.
Rebuild the military, and then reestablish insurance around the world. And when I was just in Singapore 10 days ago, and sitting across the country, I was on a meeting.
Oh, yeah, no, there's someone down there laughing at it too. Now I'm going to call this person out because this is what we do when we're not in the algorithm. We go inside baseball. We're more open to talk about people who the rest of the world doesn't really care about. Quite frankly, including me. Just in case you think I'm doing God of all media right there and going, I'm so important the rest of the world cares about me. No, I'm on the list with you. Whether the rest of the world should care about me or not, we could argue that, but they don't. Well, we're lucky if we can get them to care about what I'm here to bring, right? The whole rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, corporatist understanding, come out of her, my people, right? Jesus brought that 2,000 years ago. They didn't give a fuck about him or what he had to bring. As a matter of fact, they fucking killed him and mocked him. So good luck for all of us, right? But you're one of them down there, Chile de con artist. Maybe you were so drunk and high that you didn't know what you were doing, in which case I'm going to remind you because you're laughing at other people I'm talking about. Imagine the irony there. Laughing at the people I'm talking about when it turns out you're one of them. You're one of the potentially biggest offenders. So I'm going to come on camera now because I'm going to be social and I'm going to even up my brightness. This is me being social now and caring about my audience. This is the best I have. It's the best that I can do. Okay. So, Chile de con artist. I don't know if you remember, because again, you were so drunk and high. You were another person who contacted me privately. For God knows what reason, some kind of, I guess, mother-father issue you're trying to reconcile unconsciously. And do you remember you sitting around telling me that you need this from me, need that from me, want to talk to me, this, that, the third, and flashing big wads of cash in front of me and promising me you were going to give me stuff and me telling you, well, you're probably not gonna, and you probably shouldn't promise that if you're not gonna. If you want to talk to me about stuff, we can just do that. I don't know why you're bringing up cash when I'm not bringing it up. And then I don't know why you would flash cash in my face and say you're going to give me stuff if I do when I'm telling you I don't need to, and then not do it. What's up with all of you guys? Is that some kind of weird test you do with me? There's been many of those folks. You get me in private. You hit me up basically to waste my time and play power games with me. Then you want to talk to me about your life and whatever. So like I humor it. I entertain it. Why not? I'm here. We're queer. Get used to it. And then you start like telling me about all the shit you have and people you know, and you start flashing cash and promising me shit you're never going to give me. And then you never come through on that. Where does that leave me, do you think? And probably other people in your life who you do this with. Like, why are you doing that with me? What is that? And then where does that go? And then how do you sit around and come here knowing that you say and do all this shit and act like that, right? Just odd, bizarre, weird behavior, you know? And again, when I look back on it, you wonder, I don't want to go into a whole thing. You wonder why I tell the stories about certain people around me, specifically robbing people at one point. Because this is the type of shit these people have been doing. Again, we're back to middle school, right? And then Keith and others will tell me all about how they're so evolved and they grew up and changed and I haven't. They're so beyond middle school. You're not. Because you literally do the same shit that you did in middle school. You get a hold of me because I'm like some shiny new thing for you. You start playing with me and indirectly disrespecting me and abusing me. And then you start like mocking me and humiliating me or some weird thing. You start like showing off and playing power games. And then eventually I go, you know what? I think I'm getting to that point where I'm going to like flip the game here in the dynamic. I'm going to spice things up a little bit. And because I hang around with some questionable characters, at least I used to, nowadays they're questionable for different reasons. They're outlaws. They don't follow statute, policy, and code. They don't want to be told what to do. They like guns. You know, they're into like God and glory and stuff. Some of them sometimes, right? But these individuals at that time, questionable individuals, because they were willing to do whatever they want or had to do in life to get whatever they want or needed in life. You know, so I guess I'm indirectly just telling you, don't do this shit in life. Don't act like this. Don't present yourself like this, because you're literally begging someone to do something to you. Right. And I'm not doing that. I'm not a part of that anymore. I wouldn't even allow someone to do it just for the karmic reasons alone. But that doesn't mean there aren't other people out there who are still in that mode or around people who are definitely in that mode. So I guess that I'm really answering my own question on the fly. Really, it's some subconscious, like suicide by gorilla kind of thing, or like you want to write a story where somebody takes something from you or does something to you, and then you can say, see, everybody hurts me. Everybody's mean to me. Nobody loves me. Nobody cares about me. Maybe it's because you're a selfish, greedy, power gaming, power hungry, F-less star fucking, because again, I'm not a star or celebrity, but I guess to you, someone you see on YouTube who's gotten thousands of views or went viral at one point is like some F-less star, right? Maybe it's because you're a lowlife and you constantly fuck with yourself and everybody else. And people don't appreciate it, right? Not even like fucking with yourself and others for the right reasons. Fucking with yourself and others because you're like self-sabotaging and self-destructive. Maybe, just maybe, that's some common themes that are going on in these realms. I know I have to ask myself that and reflect on that for myself. Absolutely. I'm not exempt from that dynamic, so I got to look at it. I don't do that, though. I've never done that. I've never gotten around people, pulled them in private, wanted to take up their time, energy, attention, and then start talking about people that I know and how much money that I have or have access to and how much I'm going to give you if you just do what I want. I've never done that, ever. And I find it to be bizarre and creepy and cringy, right? Again, I think part of it, too, is some inherent test they're doing on me. Like, we think Paulie Boy might be one of the real ones. Let's see if he's all the way real. Let me try to buy him off and see how he responds to it. Great, I passed the test. But now you left me sitting there with you showing me money and telling me you're going to give me something and then not doing it. Who does that? See, this is the different types of people doing this that you come across. You have people who don't ask you for shit. They're honorable, good faith people. They come here, they consume, and they give. You don't have to, not only do you not have to ask them, they're looking out to do the right thing. They're looking to support and contribute to where they see value. They're the reason why anyone or anything succeeds, right? Let's just put it to what it is. Those people are the reason why anybody succeeds, because they literally make a whole life out of trying to do the right thing when nobody's watching. And then there's everyone else. And then sometimes we go over the everyone else is here and what that looks and feels like, right? And again, that's a clue in and of itself to how any culture or society works. The everything else's get way more attention and coverage than the ones who just do the good, right thing and don't ask for shit. That's a hell of a dynamic right there as well to kind of uncover. Just revealed the news cycle indirectly. I just revealed the political cycle indirectly. I just revealed all cycles. Paul uncorruptible. Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say Paul corrupted and honest with himself and others about his corruption in an attempt to reconcile, if possible, that corruption. It's not a namaste, it's a nama slave idea, right? I see the slave in me that I see in you. I recognize that. And then I offer us an opportunity, if it's even possible, to work beyond it. The way we don't work beyond it is by ignoring it, playing games with ourselves and each other, and genuflecting to the worldly power systems and ways that we think that we have. That's all going away. It's transitory at any moment. The only thing that's standing is who and what you are, what you stand for, and what you've created and experienced. And if you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing in my book. And guess what? My book is not my book. It's the book of God as an experience. God doesn't give a fuck about who you know and what you have. It's who and what you are in your heart and what you're serving and creating and how that affects its creation. You could take the rest of life and shove it up your ass as far as I'm concerned. at a heart-based level, right? At a core level. Like, that's great. That's cool. Good for you and all of us if we get that and have that, but it doesn't move me beyond a certain point, and it's not supposed to. Okay, now with that said, I also want to circle back around. It looks like Mr. Dacon artist, Dave, if I remember his name correctly, isn't denying any of that. He's taking the critique and criticism. I will also say that at the time, it was more of a joke flexing the money. I don't see how that's a joke. See, I was just about to do the thing where, hey, I was critical and you're not denying it or playing games and insulting my intelligence. So I'm just going to forgive you because you were probably drunk and high and stupid. And now you're just one of those things. Instead of drunk, high, and stupid, maybe you're just stupid. And that's cool. I can love that. See, now I'm half joking and busting your balls. But see, we're going to back away from that if you start doing the whole, it was more of a joke flexing the money. That's not a joke. There's no funny there. What's the joke, right? See, don't do the hoe shit where you try to tell a little bit of a lie or you try to pass it off, right? You know better than I can see that. What's the joke? What's the joke? Exactly. The joke is I gave up $3,000 to $4,000 minimum a month base pay to do what I do, to do the work that I do. Because some folks wanted to stack the deck and play games with me, right? Which was on the rise too. So I essentially gave up 6 figures a year to play with you, to talk with you, to counsel with you so you could flash money in my face and say I was just joking. Oh, wow. You should take that show on the road, right? You can't see how that might cause some disrespect, bitterness, resentment with everything else going around, right? I'm saying read the room, know your audience, right? You know, I don't know, maybe that's a joke with other people who don't get shadow banned and have to be demonetized, right? And literally just go out on doing what they believe is right and do the work with no guarantees and having to give up what was guaranteed because sometimes that's just the way of the world, right? We got to rebuild and rebuild and rebuild and rebuild. Destroy and rebuild over and over again. That's the walk. Wah. Feel sorry for me, right? I get it. But where's the joke? You're taking up my time, energy, attention to humor you or co-create with you, something I probably wouldn't have been doing, but okay, we could do that. Didn't ask for nothing. And you want to flash money in my face and make promises about giving shit you ain't going to keep. Where's the joke? I don't see the joke. I guess that's when I or someone next to me takes half of what you have and goes, ha ha, we're joking too, right? You see where I'm going with this? And I'm not saying I would ever do that. If I could or was able to do that, I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying, like, there is no joke there. Don't bullshit me and yourself and others. It's a power game. You were trying to test me or play power games with me or just try to mock me in some way, I guess, because you're balling or whatever you think I am, because I'm in the trailer. That's another thing. People project on everybody's situation, what they have and don't have, and all the rest of this. Again, that's not joking where I come from. It's quite the opposite. I don't think that's funny. I don't see where that would be joking and funny, let alone with making promises you're not going to keep and shitting on your own word. Again, it's not my word. It's not my honor. It's not my good faith. It's not my trust. It's not my equity. There may come a day where you really need to counsel with me, as if anybody needs me to get a revelation in life. There's God if there's not God of all media, right? But there may come a day where you might strongly desire to have audience with me to counsel about something that really matters. And I might not be there. You know why? Because you thought it was funny to promise me shit and not come through on it and then flash cash in my face and act like you're on a fucking Cribs video. Maybe I just don't get to you. But see, we know that's not true because I'm a sucker, right? When it comes right down to it, even though I come off as a brash, rude asshole who's like, finicky with my time, energy, attention. I have a habit of letting people play games with me, disrespect me, devalue and demean what I do, and still giving them audience, right? Somehow, some way. Still giving them a forum. Wait, hold on. They're joking down there in chat. They're now joking down there. Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of jokes that people could come up with if we're going to joke like how Dave jokes, right? Yeah, my doctor did a great joke on me the other day. He came and he goes, "Paulie boy, you have cancer." And then a couple weeks later, he called me up. He goes, "I was just joking about the whole cancer." That's a great one, Doc. Great stuff. An oldie but a goodie, huh? These are grown men too. Some of these men almost twice my age, right? It's just really good for all of us that I've stepped away. I'm not going to say from certain black folks. It's not that because of their black. I'm just saying I knew certain black folks who were in my life who, man, they'd have loved to have been a part of some of the jokes that go on around here, man. They'd have gone really far with the jokes too. Paulie boy, you got a couple thousand people. You know, we're state to state at this point. Maybe we just start doing some events, seeing if we can take these shows and jokes on the road. You know, we just show up at a town near you. We throw an event. It's little to no overhead. You come and hang out. Next thing you know, you didn't get any products or services. Some of what you have is missing somehow, some way, right? Boy, you should have seen you should have seen the jokes that folks used to play on people who would act certain ways, you know? You go to a different town, you know, the word's out that there's a town at a house party, right? At the town over. And it's a certain kind of town where everybody's kind of like la-di-da in their own world. They think they know, but they have no idea. This is the diary of a suburbanite slave, right? And they're just blissfully unaware about how life works. And then something shows up to remind everybody about reality in the world that we live in, I guess. Yeah. You know, you have Chad at the house party. Chad fancies himself a Molly dealer. You know, Chad selling Special K and Molly. He's telling everybody about it. Chad doesn't have a gun. If he had one, he wouldn't use it. Chad's never been in a dust up. He doesn't really know what it means to be a drug dealer. And next thing you know, Chad got shown the biggest joke ever. You know, that's how it goes in life. So it's important to not flex a little too much. I'm reminding myself as well, right? This is for all of us. Reminder, note to self. Don't stunt too much, as they say on the street. Don't flex too much. You know, don't get carried away with yourself, writing checks you can't cash, you know, making jokes where you're the punchline, right? That's all it's about. We're learning here, people. We're learning. Slowly but surely, we're learning. I love you, brothers and sisters. I don't know why any of that fucking happened. You got a lot of growing up to do. That's the bottom line. It's not over yet. Maybe Keith Williams was right. Thanks and blessings, Paul. Julian Barbary, of course, not to be confused with Jillian Barbary. Lovely E-show host from the 90s and 2000s. Very patriotic whore she was. Those are the good old days. All right, let's get back. I can't get through more than even 5 seconds of these idiots.
Philippines and Indonesia, you name it, or the Chinese in other environments. And I talk about strength. And I talk about topics like deterrence and contested logistics, or you name it. And when I talk about deterrence, I talk about it's an academic concept when they teach it, but it's what you live. It's who you are. It's what you represent. And I can say those words because of the training that you do, and the preparedness that you show, and the commitment that you and your families give to this country. So it's a sobering reminder for me in my job every single time I look into your eyes of who's doing it. And we need to make sure when we ask you to do it, you've got everything you need to do it to be successful, both in a equipment sense, but also in a culture sense, in an environment sense, which I would argue in a job of people is even more important. So thank you for what you do on a daily basis, but also because you are part of the best in your formations, I know you sort of earn your way to come here too. And thank you for representing the United States of America to the world. It was an honor to come here last year. When I came, I said, I got to bring my kids and show them this. I want them to feel it and see it. I also want America to see it through you. And, you know, I don't know, some of you were probably in that social media video that came out yesterday. A good one, singing. America sees that and they're inspired by young patriots who love their country. Young patriots who represent America on the world stage.
We're the island boys. We're just trying to make it. We the island boys, just trying to slave you.
That's what you embody. That's what the soldiers here.
I think I'm gonna do an Island Boys clip remix video so I can have it on hand. I need some new sound effects. We the island boys in the files. Island boys trying to make it. And sex traffic slaves trying to slave
you the way they do because they remember. And you're a part of that legacy all the way.
You're totally a part of it. You guys are all part of it. Oh my God, it's so good and great.
Because we were willing to do the tough things.
Right. You're so willing to do the tough stuff. No one's willing. That's me. That's me. He's telling my another story again.
And to ultimately have your back. That's what the president.
Thank you, Sade. At least you recognize. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. This is literally a world where they do this photo shoot. It's like the average marriage, right? They do this photo shoot. The troops all on camera act like they're submissive to this guy. When this clown gets in the plane and flies off, they all sit around kicking their feet going, oh, back to work, huh? Fuck that guy. That guy ain't shit. It's literally, that's all of America at this point. Whether it's the military, right? Whether it's the banking system, whether it's like the average worker at work, the average housewife, like on camera in front of everybody, like everything's in place. Ha ha, he, yeah, we're all together. Soon as the fanfare is done and over with, the presentment is done and over with, it's back to the real deal. And it's fuck this place, fuck this person. It's all tyranny. It's all nonsense. We're all unsatisfied. You know, everybody's unsatisfied in their life and in their position. We never get that perspective in that clip, though. Isn't that interesting and funny how that works? Every so often you get a peek at that when Anthony Weiner or somebody comes out to do a press conference to apologize about biological functions and human needs, right? I totally want to just apologize to everybody that I masturbated. Yes, I did it. It happened. I know. I'm a politician. I'm supposed to be the closest thing to God in this realm. I'm supposed to be angelic and pure. Turns out I'm not. I know this is going to be a shock to you folks. Yes, I did it. Can we work back from this, right?
He always has said many times what I asked him, make sure you tell them I have their back. That I have their back no matter what. And I see it every day.
Hegseth is going to go jump in the plane, masturbate in the latrine, and these pathetic Marines are going to go back to scrubbing the toilets down.
You do it without apology, without question,
and kicking the dirt.
Hesitation, which is what we need from you in your formations when that moment matters. It's what those men did on those cliffs and on those beaches. And it's why even though through the casualties and even through all those we lost, they pushed through and they finished the fight. And I know that this generation is capable of the very same thing.
All this is like this is a pep rally for slaves, right? Every so often, the branch manager has to come down to the line at McDonald's. Remember that? Many of you've never worked before. I get it. Trust me, I'm guy number one for that. I've worked many jobs because I can't hack it for obvious reasons. After a certain amount of time, something's got to give, right? Like I get it. I'm far from a type A productive person. I'm not going to masquerade as that by any means. But every so often when you were on the line, right, doing the old double cheeseburger rubric, because there was a rubric to it, right? There was a formula to it. You couldn't just put cheese, meat. No, it's the meat, cheese, meat, cheese. You don't start cheese and go meat. You don't do it. There's a certain way that this has to be done. You got to follow it. And again, you get paid maybe like $6 an hour to do this. So it's slavery. It's essentially okay, it's really low pay indentured servitude, sort of. We're still coming up with some words for it. But every so often, the branch manager would pull up in like one of his third or fourth cars. He'd pull out the new, like for whatever year we were in, he'd pull out the new Toyota instead of the Benz to show up at the office. And they'd give you a speech about how Ray Kroc was an amazing man. We didn't know if he's well hung, but he probably was based on how his wife used to smile in all those photos, okay? The branch manager would give you this whole rundown of the lore about Ray Kroc and McDonald's, about how important your position was and how you have to go meat, cheese. And that essentially you're part of the fabric of all of reality and creation. You're locked in. You're the future change makers of society. And this guy would get back in his new car and drive off, and you'd be so pumped up and ready to get back to the meat, cheese thing. And then you realize, like 2-4 hours in, maybe a couple days in, it starts to wear off. You know, like the value, the importance, the richness of this character who came in, and you're just left with meat, cheese. You go home every day smelling like a grease pit. You're pretty sure you have some bizarre lung infection that's never going to be treated because they haven't invented the chemical yet that's going to treat it. Why? Because you breathe in the product of a bunch of toxified fried foods all day, every day. Of course, you're going to destroy your microbiome in your lungs. And here you were, for a fleeting moment and second there, thinking that Ray Kroc was important, that you were a change maker in society, that it was anything other than just $3 to $6 an hour for meat, cheese over and over again, ad infinitum, forever. That's what this is.
Because of you, the best of our country. So we're honored to be here with you. We just wanted to take in a slice of it.
No, you're not.
And share it with the rest of the country and the rest of the world.
See?
Amplify with those
Slice of cheese. He's going to share slice of cheese with the world and the rest of us. No, he's not. He's leaving.
Don't cause too many problems.
But
enjoy it. You've earned it.
Look, he's even doing the whole daddy thing, right? He's really daddying. And daddy never stays. Daddy comes out for 5 minutes, tells us how great we are and how we're part of the household. Then he drives off to fuck the secretary. Mom is left there depressed. But before he leaves, he lets us know, hey, kid, you're the man of the house, all right? While I'm gone, make sure you don't get into too much trouble, all right? He's not. Hegseth is not hanging around. Dad's not hanging. He's not playing ball with the kids, right? He's leaving. I hate to break the news to everyone, all these cosmic children who've never grown up. Daddy doesn't love us. Okay? Your mom was a whore. It just happened to get pregnant. And now he's here. He's stuck with us. We're stuck with him. Someone's got to foot the bill. And they got to make it look good, okay? Because dad's got a career. He doesn't want to be known at the career as not only the guy who fucked the hooker and got her pregnant, but also didn't raise the child, right? He's got to keep up appearances. See, this is why they don't like me. They get upset with me. They storm out, shut my channel off in a rage. I'm telling them the things they don't want to hear. These are dark truths, people, about how this life works.
Does extremely well, and God bless you. God bless the United States Army. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You never support us, Dad.
Secretary Hegseth speaking to service members on this day, marking 82 years since D-Day. As we take a live look at the White House, about 5:45 in the nation's capital.
5:45. It's a somber occasion. It was the anniversary of D-Day, another attack that many strategists and historians have admitted was allowed to happen, so we could continue to do world wars that were organized. Should we go to Albert Pike or Clausen right now? I don't know. I'm debating. Let's cut to Clausen. He'll tell you, Israeli lobbyist. Should we even go there? We got our 70 core audience. I'm sure everyone here has seen it by now. Yeah, why not? There's never too much Clausen. Okay, here's Clausen. This is the speech we should have been given today. That's what I give you here. I give you the speeches we should have got today that we're never going to get. And instead we got that, right? So we got that. Daddy pretending to love us. Now let's have the real story. Here's your real dad, okay? Turns out not only was the guy we thought was dad fucking the secretary, he wasn't even your real dad at all. Dun, 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 plot twist. Hell Sent is not even your real dad at all. Here's your real dad. You know who your real daddy is? His name's Clausen. He also fucked your mom the same time that Hegseth did. And we think he's actually the real dad. There might be another plot twist coming here. He's not real dad either, but for right now, I'm calling him daddy because he gives me the game. He tells me the truth. Go ahead, Daddy Clausen, give it to us.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Okay, here we have a bootlicker cultist who wants to present me all the flowery language that's supposed to evoke an emotion. And the more we can do flowery language and emotion, the less we focus on facts. That's that hoe shit is what we call it here, because the whole world's pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. That's why mind control is so effective, because you never know it when you're under it. See how that works? So he writes, Mr. Cormack, I'm sure is a very civilized, sophisticated, successful in the corporate world. And we know how intelligent and honorable you have to be successful in the corporate world. Don't you know? Hegseth is a civilian leader of hundreds of thousands of men and women, arguably men and women, I would say mindless, gutless, heartless slaves who don't know who and what they are, what planet they're on, or how anything around them works, and don't need to because they're on a need-to-know basis, and they don't need to know. They're there to follow orders, okay? But we'll continue. He's a civilian leader of hundreds of thousands of men and women, all volunteers. I personally support the troops and him. Impugning him makes you sound like a mere punk. You've lost one. Right, so the fact that an endeavor is voluntary, according to you, makes it honorable in good faith. How exactly? United States Corporation has been to war more than any other corporation, arguably, in the last couple hundred years. It's going around the world telling everybody what to do, what they're going to be, bombing people if they don't follow their dictates. Okay, they have a centralized military. The founder said no centralized military is a well-regulated militia. You ignored that. See, you don't understand. You gave me all the pomp and circumstance and the emotion attached to it, but you're not interested in the facts because you're a pimped out hoe who talks from their feelers. There's nothing honorable, good faith, or Americana about centralized banks, centralized troops, authoritarianism, and fascism, which is the merger of state and corporate powers. That is all anti-American. That is the overthrow of the rule of law. That is legalism and corporatism run amok. And it is the bane of all existence when we talk civilizations and societies throughout history. Dumbass. Okay, so that's you. I don't know if Sade is off for the rest of the night. I mean, she does work hard. There she is. The girl doesn't miss a beat. Okay, so that's you. You're the mere punk for sitting around and waxing some clown's boots and trying to project some patriotic sentiment and emotion onto what is the overthrow and downfall of what once was great that we call America and American fundamentalism. Now this place is another corporatist, hoard out shithole, just like every other nation on this planet, if you want to call it that, in or on this world. Another bought off group of corporate whores who have no honor, good faith, or integrity, who all give and take corrupt orders all day, every day for a paycheck. And because you and other mindless, heartless, gutless slaves look up to it, I'm supposed to respect it and honor it, right? Get a fucking clue. Where were your troops and your mommies and daddies when they locked down everybody's small businesses and put everybody out of business and bankrupted everybody and quadrupled Bill Gates and Fauci and Elon and all the rest of the big sixes corporations? The big 20 that turn into the big 12, that turn into the big 6, that turn into the big 3, dumbass. Where was your military protecting everybody from terrorists and corruption and tyranny, foreign and domestic? I see all the wars around the world for expansionism. I see all that for the central bankers' plans that we have going back 200 years ago, Albert Pike and the 3 World Wars and New World Order plan that I've laid out here many times. We see all that. We don't see your brave and free, honorable, good faith troops stopping whole worlds from being locked down and whole private individual family businesses being put out of business, never to return, dumbass. Bought off for $800 stimulus. You fucking pathetic, embarrassing slaves have the nerve to pipe up here when you not only don't have the shot, you're completely spewing the antithesis of reality, truth, life, and way. And you're fucking proud of it too, because we're in Babylon 10.0, 1000.0. Pull up the meme again. This is why it was great that I created this meme. Feel free to get on my Facebook, add me, follow me, whatever. Don't even talk to me or look at me if you don't want to. Just steal the meme and use it. Put it in these slaves' faces. You don't have to argue with them anymore. I made it very simple. Here it is for you. Show for you right now. Use this all over your social medias and with all your goofy ass friends and family. And if you can't read it on both sides, what's listed there, I'll give it to you right now once again. It's a Republican and a leftist, left and right, pointing at each other, saying it's them, blaming each other, right? It's me in the middle. You're both status slaves who pay tax to the island boys to use your own property while they rule over you with policy and code. You both blame each other. You both support the system. You both fund your own enslavement. You both defend your oppressors. You both ignore the facts. You're both the reason this is happening. And by the way, you're both anti-American. You're both treasonous traitors, redcoat, corporatist, legalist, scum overthrowing the law of this land and the spirit of the law of the universe that rests in our conscience, okay? You're both the reason this is happening. If I didn't say that at the bottom, wake up, question everything, stop feeding the machine. Freedom isn't left or right, it's out. And then on both sides, because you all keep pointing at each other while you prop up your own supposed leadership, as if they can do no wrong, or as if they're the lesser of two evils, as many of you say. It's all the same thing when you get right down to it. So on both sides, we have higher taxes, decreased purchasing power, inflation rising, technocracy taking over, lockdowns for profit, poisoning in the air, food, and water, corruption with medicine, endless wars, and the loss of rights and private property. That's all sides of the political spectrum. There is not a party or a candidate who doesn't sign on to that to some extent. Just like when they say, Paulie boy, you shouldn't go after cops. There's a few bad ones. Bullshit. They're all bad because they all suppose that a system of policy and code could be superior to conscience and understanding right from wrong. Many of these slaves don't know right from wrong, but will try to enforce policies and codes, effectively doing wrong to the individual to enforce those codes. Okay, so it's not a few bad apples. You're all corrupt and reprobate in your heart. You all stand in for and with a system that seeks to take you away from your conscience and pay you to do it. That's called a sold soul. It's not just Bob Dylan and the Beatles and the rest of folks around here selling their soul for a position in the future. It's all of ya. Predominantly, the majority at least. If we get right down to it. And every single time that you pay the slave tax to these people and then say, well, we're going to do lesser of two evils, you're still supporting evil. And you support one side or the other. You support who or what is creating this dynamic that we currently live in. That's always been here. That's going to continue to get worse. The answer has never been left or right. The answer has always been out. But that's going to require some courage and some work. And most babied out slaves who boo-boo in their own pants can't figure out a way to get up off their ass and do and be and have better. So more slavery and genocides coming for you. Know it like you know your name. Because you keep begging for it, paying for it, defending it, supporting it. You keep calling me names like punk and all the rest of it, acting like you're going to threaten me or do something to me. Many of you on Facebook do it all day, every day. You never show up, though, because that's a projection. You're the punk-ass coward. Scared to show up anywhere in your life where you think you might fucking get dealt with. Because you got no conviction. Easy to go through life with no conviction. You never have to buck up to anyone or anything or stand for anything against all odds, right? Then you want to LARP and role play online. I don't believe you. You don't stand for nothing anywhere in your life. You wouldn't kill or die for anything anywhere in your life. What makes me think that you're a threat to me or anybody else? That's exactly why your masters are going to come in and do more to everybody, because they know you're punk-ass cowards who ain't about nothing. And when the few of us who show up in these venues with honor and good faith, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith is my tagline as always. When we show up with that, as that, presenting that, they get right the fuck out of our way as they're supposed to. Dual jurisdiction again. Slaves want cake, let them eat cake, right? Slaves want the meat and potatoes, they get the meat and potatoes. That's just how it goes. So to speak, right off the top of my head, we're just rapping here. It's real simple. You act like a slave, you get treated like a slave. You show up like a man or a woman, you might get treated like a man or a woman. We'll see, because we're pretty far down the line here, right? That's always the case. Nothing's guaranteed. That's what makes these walks and these processes so valuable, is precisely that dynamic. Nothing's guaranteed.
Step away for a quick commercial break. We will bring you back to an event which, again, features Secretary Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Raising Cane. Both of them
Raising Cane, like we're raising hell.
An impromptu speech that Hegseth gave the troops earlier.
Cain and
today. I
Abel.
want to make sure I got that on air as well. We're going to play out their official
Make sure I got a
Cain
little.
and Hegseth.
Make sure I got a little mockery, humiliation, satanic ritual where we call the guy who's working with the Department of War. I'm glad that they're now coming out in the open, by the way, again, like they always do on these light age, dark age cycles. I love when the thing comes out in the open. I love when we all get to be real with ourselves and each other. It's so fun, right? So Department of War, we have raising Cain like Cain and Abel, because we're raising hell. You slaves don't want to lower heaven, so we're going to raise hell. Isn't that how this works?
When we return, in about 2 minutes.
Oh, the meme is on my Facebook and social media. You can get it and save it there if you want to share it. You screenshot it, it's going to ruin the quality. Oh yeah, did you hear? After you all cheered on the blowing up of Iran and all the rest of it, your politicos turned around and said, you're all going to now pay for it. They're going to draft up bills to put you all in more debt, record debt that the corporation, you're the shareholders, right? It's all on your name, on your backs, on your ass. They're just going to walk off at some point. They're going to stick you all with the bill. That's what makes it so genius. They say the debt's higher than ever, record debt, because we're insolvent. Usually how debt works is you get debt and you pay it off and it slowly goes away over time. Not this debt. It keeps rising over time. Never gets lower, only gets higher because the whole thing's insolvent, right? But guess what? You're going to pay at least another $300 billion to rebuild Iran. And guess who's going to rebuild it? You guessed it, Halliburton. And all the same folks who keep building all the shit that the military-industrial complex keeps blowing up. So on one hand, the mafia gets the money to blow shit up, blame it on people so they can do expansionism, global governance, and great reset. And then on the other hand, they get paid again to have their contractors come in and rebuild it. We get paid to blow it up. We get paid to rebuild it, and we sell you a whole lie the whole time. And by the end of it, you're in a new world order. See how it works, folks? Don't you get it yet? Don't you get it? It's called a 3-card Monty shell game. They're playing you from all sides. You can't win. This is a game that if you play, you can never win because it's based on deception. I'm the idiot here. I'm the guy off to the side trying to explain to the dumbass why they shouldn't put another $100 on the table and give it over to someone who can better use it. If you're so stupid, you keep playing the shell game and giving your money away to that guy who's running the shell game. He deserves it more than you do. He can put it to better use. He's not so dumb and he's not so stupid and duped out that he's going to waste his money or put it towards something foolish, right? A fool and his money are soon parted. They say, Paulie boy, shut up. Everyone goes, shut. The guy playing the shell game goes, shut up. I'm trying to figure out which shell the ball's under. You're messing up my attention. The guy running the shell game's going, Paulie boy, shut up. I'm trying to scam this slave, and I got to figure out how to lift and pull and make it look like the ball's under there while I reposition it. It's amazing when you're born into this world with awareness what it actually is, right? It's the proverbial shell game where the guy playing the shell game tells you to shut up because they're trying to concentrate on figuring out where the ball is under the shell. And the guy running the game is trying to concentrate on how to scam the slave. And there's a couple people off to the side who go, maybe I'm never going to play that shell game. Or I played it a couple times and I never win. I wonder why. Oh, that's why, right? Because you can't win. Yeah, I don't think I'll play that ever again. And they just walk off and live the rest of their life happy and unscammed. And there's everybody else. I gotta thank Travis. Thank you, Mr. Travis. Travis T. I get it, Travis T.
Welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the Capitol. We have been tracking the movements of Secretary Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who are in Europe, and they've been making a swing through Europe. In fact, we actually saw Secretary Hegseth making a swing through Asia earlier on in the week. But today, focusing on today marking 82 years since D-Day. There was an official event where we heard from Secretary
Okay, so I got a contribution from Casanova D. I don't know if you want me to say the whole name. If you do, it'll be indirect promotion for you, or you never know. Some people go, no, if it's a business name, don't say it. I don't want anybody leaving my company or not showing up. But here you're among mostly Unslavians, so it's probably promotion to some extent, right? People might actually use you or support you because you're part of the vibe and the energy and the idea here, right? So I'll just say Casanova D. If I say the last name, it'll be clear that it's a business entity. Thank you for your contribution and support. And again, if you're in chat, just make me aware that you are Casanova D. You can say the name. Okay, Casanova Drywall. So, you know what? Let's cut an ad right here, right now, on the fly. As you may have known from being around the panelverse, we'll call it, for a while, I and others have shared our professions. And there's a certain slower slave who shall not be mentioned, who in fact used to do drywall. Well, he couldn't do drywall, okay? As a matter of fact, he would try to hang the drywall and it would come crashing down on everybody and we would laugh, but the homeowner would just sigh. My point is, if you need your drywall done and you need it done with perfection, you need it done in a way that really resembles who and what you are, right? Because our homes are reflections of ourselves. Call Casanova Drywall, insert number here in post-production. They'll be sure to get you all of your drywall needs covered and seen. All right. We'll edit that in post-production. We'll fill in the blank with me dubbing in the number and AI me saying the number, and we'll even show it on screen. That's Casanova Drywall. 559-992. Even for our Latino viewers and listeners, of course. Very important. How do we say Casanova Drywall in Mexican? I don't know. I'm going to have to look that up. All right, let's get back. Let's get back, people.
Hegseth, and we're going to play this out. It begins with a speech from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Raisin Kane. Let's watch.
General Dan Raisin Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will now deliver his remarks.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Mr. Secretary, members of Congress, ambassadors, leaders, general officers.
Bullshitters, wannabe pimps, human traffickers. That's okay. I got to give you this. Greetings, everyone. Wannabe pimps, human sex traffickers, warmongers, con men and chiefs, and other distinguished guests.
Veterans in the crowd today. Let's give them all a round of applause. And Mr. Rose, sir, your letter was awesome. I will let you know, sir, that we still check things, check them again, based on the example that you gave us. And never in my life have I been so humbled, honored, or nervous to follow somebody than I am following you, sir, and talking. So thank you. Commanding a fleet of 36 vessels, you made sure the men on the beach had what they needed that could move forward, advance, and close with the savage enemy. And the landing force would have failed without you and your brothers in those craft. Sir, on behalf of 2.8 million men and women in our joint force, thank you for the perfect gift of a great example to you and to your teammates here today. Another round of applause for our veterans.
We don't need the 2.8 million people here. We can suck our own dicks just fine.
Years ago, on a morning much like today, and I bet the weather was a lot like today, the fate of the
It was
world
weathery, yeah. I
was
would agree.
decided on the beach just off to our right. as we stand here overlooking Omaha Beach, and off in the distance, we see 9,387 of our fallen brothers and sisters and 1,557 names on the walls of the missing. I'm deeply humbled by the immense weight of their sacrifice. You can feel them here. The men and women buried here and their brothers and sisters.
Admitting subconsciously or directly that they're performing ritual human sacrifices as wars or as terror events, which Clausen and many others have admitted over and over again. They laugh and giggle about it, right? Yeah, you could totally feel the energy. Like if we were in Bohemian Grove and we were doing a cremation, a care ceremony, and they brought up a big rock with the names of all the people who we knowingly, purposely sacrificed to a war we were never trying to win. Yeah, I feel that energy totally. That energy is exactly why I'm not wanted at most holiday parties, interestingly enough.
Are so fortunate to have given us the gift that we have today. They were ordinary people from all over the United States of America who answered the call to serve, and through their great example showed us what extraordinary looks like. They crossed an ocean to fight for their country on a continent that they'd never seen, to save a people they did not know. They were young men of purpose, resolve, and action. And that is what we remember today. Absolute, unwavering selflessness.
No, that's not what they were. They were not purposeful. Okay? They were programmed. They were not resolving people because they didn't solve the problems that we face. They were revolving, as in revolutionary, as in complete circles. They were not action able. You can't take action when you're programmed. What they are is acting from a script, much like this man is as he speaks off a piece of paper somebody else wrote the speech for him to give. See, we're in inversion land again. They're telling you the opposite of the story while claiming that's them. Every time. It's right there.
Perfect for those of us today in the service of our country, the gift of that example.
You're not serving the country, God, the people, the truth, life, and way. You're serving the corporation, which is inhabited by a principality.
The soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen of the Allied forces risked everything, and thousands gave us the ultimate sacrifice. They gave us for strangers. They did this because they were good and were committed to ridding the world of evil. Today, we remember the crew of the USS Corey that delivered covering fire for the landings on Utah Beach. She provided fire support 1,000 yards from the beach. And after several hits from German guns and striking a mine, she sank in the...
We have to cover what he just said as well, because I looked up the word. I had to double check it. You're not the allies because you're not allied. You're not in alignment with God, truth, life, and way. You are, in fact, the axes, just like you project onto others the axes of evil. You are the imaginary, hallucinatory slaves with the programmed reality who are the centric point for all the rest of this hallucination. You are what gives this hallucination life and a core of its beingness, right? You are placeholders for that. So literally everything they say in inversion land, it's exactly the opposite. Everything they project onto others is exactly who and what they are.
Cold, choppy water. Just imagine for a minute, 1,000 yards off the beach, what it looked like here on this hallowed ground, what it sounded like, the smell, the taste, the chaos. 24 of her crew were killed that day, including Chief Machinist Mate Bernard John Peterson from Nebraska, Seaman First Class Robert Thompson from Texas, and Gunner's Mate Second Class Paul Stombaugh from Pennsylvania. They died to protect the soldiers on the beach, men they never knew. Today, we remember the pilots that gave their lives to protect the ground force. Men like First Lieutenant Harold Lacey Ross Jr., a P-51 Mustang fighter pilot who was flying deep in northern France, attacking German forces on the ground that were headed to the beach. As he finished a strafing...
The German forces that Henry Ford from Ford Motor Company and Prescott Bush from the Bush family, who later went on to rig or just display the rigged nature of the election systemic process, and more, we could go on and on. You mean those people? Because once again, you were funding both sides or a part of both sides in some shape, form, or fashion because it's problem, reaction, solution. You mean that dynamic? There they go again. Funding people to blow shit up and kill people and then blame it on other people so they can come in and play hero and continue to convince the Stockholm Syndrome population that they need a whole generation of pimps with armed enforcement, right? And it just happens to work. It's that fucking easy. You know, I think I'm going to start a fire department later today, and I'm going to light a few fires and go put them out, and I'll be first on scene, and then I can tell everybody how I'm such a great fucking firefighter. The only problem is, of course, I'm starting my own fires. That might be why I always have the intel ahead of time, and I'm always the first one there. Shout out to the FBI, CIA, and others, right? If you know, you know.
Run and came off target. 15 German fighters attacked him. He fought for his life. He was shot down and killed, and he lies among his soldier brothers he died to protect here today. Men he never knew. Today, we remember the Coast Guard men of LCI 94 that delivered soldiers to the beach over and over and over again. As the landing craft came to the beach, they were immediately engaged by artillery and machine gun fire. They disembarked their troops, and rather than head to safety further out, they saw a Higgins boat in distress, and they moved towards that. As they moved towards that target, artillery rounds struck the pilot house, and 3 Coast Guardsmen, August Bunchek, Fletcher Burton, and Jack Denuzio, were instantly killed, trying to save men they never knew. Just for a minute, imagine that landing craft coming ashore, and then the ramp drops, and you're a soldier on that landing craft. Men like First Lieutenant Jimmy Monteith Jr. of the 1st Infantry Division. Jimmy landed right here on Omaha Beach under heavy fire, refusing.
Just imagine you're in a goofy costume outfit. They've sold you from day one as part of your identity, where even the front of it is a Masonic ritual because it's square and compass. And then you have the hangman's noose hanging from your neck right over the pressurized throat chakra, symbolizing that if you don't toe the line of your fraternal order and your masters, they're going to hang you from the same tie that you use to adorn yourself in your regalia and your false imagery, right? Imagine a day where you actually cut your strings, all the Pinocchios of the world, stop lying to yourself and others, and become real boys and girls again. You're beyond freakishly embarrassing and pathetic. I don't care what you have and how much you think you have. It's literally embarrassing to look at you folks and how you show up in the games that you fucking play and how you don't even know how you're. That's what's even kind of pathetic and sad about it. You don't even know how many different ways you're being mocked and humiliated and pimped on. And I wouldn't even start to tell you because you would think I was just more crazy than you already do, right? And that's fun for me too, right? I like to play that game as well. How crazy can Paulie Boy get? How crazy can Paulie Boy be seen by a bunch of fluoride heads who pay to be ruled over and take 15 shots for safety? Because, like, what the fuck else is there to do here, right? In this place.
To take cover, he moved continuously back and forth, up and down the beach, rallying his scattered and pinned down soldiers. With complete disregard for his own safety, he rallied his forces and led an assault off the beach, across an exposed flat, and up the cliffs just off our right side. When Allied tanks arrived, Jimmy crossed an open field on foot, walking directly through an active minefield under constant machine gun fire to guide those Allied tanks towards enemy pillboxes. He continued to lead the defense of this hard-won position against overwhelming odds until ultimately he made the ultimate sacrifice. For his act, Jimmy was awarded the Medal of Honor. He sacrificed himself for a continent he'd never seen to save a people he did not know. 82 years have passed since the Allied Armada appeared over the horizon on this very morning. Today, the guns are silent. The sand is swept clean by the tides of history. But the memory of what happened here that day and the days that followed will never wash away. We feel it every day within America's joint force. The veterans of World War II who are here with us today, and those who did not come home, thank you. Thank you for your courage, tenacity, and grit that you showed the world on that day and the days that followed. Paul, thank you for your selflessness, for loving our country, and again, for the gift of the perfect example. May God always bless the souls
Talking to me,
resting
or
in this cemetery. May God bless the United States of America, and may God bless our joint force. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Kane. J'invite l'Honorable Charles Kushner, ambassadeur des États-Unis d'Amérique auprès de la République française et de la Principauté de Monaco, à prendre la parole.
you could say that again. To Monaco is right.
United States to the Principality of Monaco will now deliver his remarks.
And distinguished guests, we gather today on the shores of Normandy to remember one of the most consequential days in human history, the Allied landings on June 6, 1944, known
Oh
to the
yeah,
world
here we
as
go.
D-Day.
Here we go.
On that morning, the horizon filled with thousands of ships and aircraft.
Luke, I am your
Young
father.
men, many barely out of school, crossed the English Channel into a storm of steel and fire. They stepped from their landing craft into cold water and chaos,
And they
carrying with
said,
them
"Oy
not
vey,
just
it's cold
rifles and
out here."
packs, but also the hopes of a world longing to be free. Those beaches, whose names are forever etched into history, Omaha Beach, Utah Beach, Gold Beach, Juno Beach, and Sword Beach, became the proving ground of courage. For the United States, the cost was staggering. At Omaha Beach alone, American forces faced devastating fire as they struggled to climb the bluffs. Yet they did not turn back. They advanced yard by yard, cliff by cliff, because they understood that freedom itself hung in the balance. These soldiers came from farms and factories, from big cities and small towns across the United States. They were teachers, mechanics, students, sons and brothers. Many would never return home. More than 2,500 Americans were killed on that first day. Thousands more were wounded. Today, they rest in solemn rows at this cemetery, overlooking the very beaches where they fought. Each white cross and Star of David marks a life cut short but never forgotten. Each represents a story of courage, of sacrifice, and of devotion to a cause greater than oneself. But D-Day was never the story of one nation alone. It was the story of an alliance, of nations standing shoulder to shoulder in defense of liberty. American soldiers fought alongside the forces of France, the United Kingdom, Canada, and others. Together, they opened the road to the liberation of Europe. Together, they proved that tyranny could be defeated when free people stand united. We are especially mindful that the people of Normandy were not merely witnesses to this history. They were participants in it. French civilians endured occupation, risked their lives in resistance, and welcomed Allied troops as liberators. The bond forged here between the United States and France is not simply diplomatic. It is written in sacrifice and sealed in friendship. The men who stormed these beaches did not fight for
Hold on a second. I think we have a. Is it true? We're going to go to the satellite uplink here. We have an actual sighting. One of the rarest creatures on Earth, the citizen whale.
Here we see the average citizen slave whale, guzzling the semen of its master known as the political whale. The average citizen slave whale guzzles up to 10,000 gallons of its political master whale's semen yearly. It's believed that doing so makes the slave whale feel safe and cared for. How glorious.
And we honor them.
Thank you, Chip. How glorious indeed. All right, back over to live action on the ground.
Courage of young Americans who crossed the ocean to defend a continent they had never seen. Remembering the partnership between our nations that changed the course of history. And remembering that on these very beaches, ordinary men performed extraordinary deeds that helped save the world. May we never.
No, that's not the Jesse Ventura voice, Pale Horse Rider. That was the very low and focused, intrigued. You know, that's not at all the Jesse Ventura. See, this is why you're not a god of all media. You can't tell a difference between the voice of Chip. He's a dual resident. He has UK residency and Canadian, so there's a little bit of an accent, but not really. Kind of detect it. Versus Jesse Ventura's, because they're worlds apart, sir. But to the untrained, profane ear such as yours, I could see how you'd make that mistake.
Forget what was achieved here. May we always remain worthy of their sacrifice.
Maybe we'll call up Jesse Ventura. I got his number. We might be able to call him up and get a comparison quickly.
Continue to inspire our nations and the world to defend freedom whenever and wherever it is threatened. Thank you.
Imagine thinking anybody paid attention to that.
J'invite Madame Catherine Vautrin, ministre des Armées de la République française, à prendre la parole. Madame Catherine Vautrin,
yeah, parole is right.
The Armed Forces of the
See,
French Republic will now.
That's how I know I'm a genius. And these languages are simpler than English. We should go back to that. Like the first guy talked and he said demonico, and I completely got what he was saying. And then this person just was talking and they said parole, and I got what they were saying. And it's so much more simplified communication, right? Like totally, these people are demonic and they should probably never get parole. They should be locked up indefinitely. I mean, if we're locking people up, right? These are a few of them.
Austin Westfall. Let's bring
some
in
might say, I wouldn't say
one of the AP's White House reporters, Will Weissert. He's here with us to do our normal Saturday discussion. Will, as always, it's good to see you. President Trump is not at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue today. He is instead in Bedminster. Let's start
Bedminster. What's his name?
A similar place that we've kind of been starting these discussions the last few weeks. It was, what, 3 weeks ago on the day that you and I were sitting here.
All right, you fucking slaves now. You need to get chastised and castigated. You need to be liking and sharing immediately. I don't care if nobody responds and it just sits there. Someone's going to see it. They're just pretending they're not. They're just pretending they're not, or we're shadow banned, whatever. So then who cares? Share this immediately to your unsociable media, your anti-social media, and like button. I'm not going to tell you people here, okay? Every day we come here regularly. We don't come every day anymore. We come here regularly. You know the drill. I wouldn't even ask anything if we weren't on the blacklist here, you know? But since we're on the blacklist, I kind of gotta do my part. You know, I really gotta push it. So don't even make me ask from now on. Like, share, subscribe, move the algorithm. I know you don't care. I'm the same way. I don't give a fuck. But come on, it's Uncle Paul here, right?
Trump had just sent out a post on social media saying that a deal in Iran is very close. And now we sit here once again. And does it still feel like we're in the same type of limbo that we've been in the last couple of weeks?
I think limbo is a good way to put it. There was a deal that was close to being agreed upon, but President Trump said he would sort of need to finally sign off on it before it would take effect. And he tried to push some more changes that Iran really wasn't willing to accept. So now today we have, Iranian missiles being fired at U.S. assets around the Middle East, and the U.S. is threatening to go back and start attacks again. So, the original ceasefire is still sort of in place, but, it's often referred to as fragile and tenuous. If both sides are shooting at each other, the question comes, does it even still, is it still in place? Does it still exist? And as for a new piece of this, as you say, we talked about it 2 weeks ago. We talked about it last week. We talked about it again today. I think we're basically sort of stuck. And the president says he's been very consistent that the U.S. is not going to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and that he feels like the conflict will be over very quickly. But Iran has a piece of this too, and they're not willing to meet key demands on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and other things. So I think we're very much where we were, which is nowhere, sort of waiting and sort of seeing. But certainly doesn't look like any major breakthroughs are imminent.
I always love to hit a range of topics with you. The president, as I said, is in Bedminster now. Yesterday, he was in Wisconsin. He was speaking, and we carried the speech live. He was doing a bit of a roundtable on stage, speaking with a number of people. He's talking about farmers and agriculture. In general, what did you pick up on from his speech yesterday? What did he say about farms?
Well, he talked about how help was on the way, and that he really felt like farmers had been key supporters of his since the first time he ran for president, a decade ago, and that he would really have their back and sort of help them, even among some of the trade issues with overseas partners that his administration has sort of sparked with tariffs and whatnot. The issue there, though, is that it wasn't clear on sort of where that support is going to come from, right? He made sort of a lot of promises. There wasn't a lot of concrete stuff there, because there hasn't really been as much support to farmers, as the administration has talked about since President Trump.
Wait a second.
To the White House.
Is this the same guy who not only with Make America Maha, Make America Hellish again, which I support that. I support Maha, Massa, Make America Slaved Out again. No, Make America Slave again. Yeah, Massa. I started that movement, by the way. Nobody knows movements like I do. Large movements, healthy movements, full movements. Yeah, Make America Healthy again, as I call it, Make America Hellish again. Me and John, we laugh about that. Kennedy or Bobby, sorry, John, the whole thing with John, yeah. Let's just say John lost his head, He kind of got off the reservation. Things happened, but me and Bobby, I think, is it Bobby? No, I don't think. Well, whatever. Yeah, Bobby. I know Bobby. We all know Bobby. What am I saying? My nightly pill must be kicking in. Me and Bobby, we sit around and we joke how we're going to make America healthy again while we show everybody we're eating McDonald's and shit like that. Mock the slaves. We pretend to take methylene blue, which is some kind of industrial dye that gives you cancer. Who knows what it fucking does, really. Oh, now I forgot my point. Yeah, my pill really is kicking in. Oh, that's right. Silly me. I'm like old Johnny there. I'm losing my head. Glyphosate. You mean like how Donnie not only didn't like ban glyphosate or do something about it because trust the plan, scary storm coming, but Donnie actually did the opposite in Virgin Land. He said we need to like step up productions of glyphosate. We not only don't need to ban it or re-look into all these chemicals that maybe are the reason why there's forever chemicals in the water and everything else, and cancer rates are like up thousands of %. We're going to step up production, and he cited national security for the reason. And I'm starting to think national security means we're going to secure this nation, and by the way we do it, we poison everyone else who's stupid enough to breathe this shit in, drink it, or eat it. And then once we get all the fucking slaves who are like needy and foolish and don't really know who and what they are, where they are, once we get them out of the way, everything's going to be a bit more safer and secure, which they might be onto something like that. Maybe, kind of, I guess. But, yeah, there's Donnie again for the guy who last night, another idiot, attacked me on the slave book and started getting into a whole thing with me. Wouldn't answer me privately because he's a fucking coward. Telling me that I'm a leftist liberal because I think Donnie's part of the deep state. You think maybe funding and supporting Bill Gates and Fauci, letting them off the hook, not prosecuting them, pushing their shots, doing the lockdowns. You think having them to the White House after. You think supporting and ramping up productions of glyphosate might be an indicator. You think the Iranian war that's been forecast for over 33 years with all the clips from Bibi. Everybody loves Bibi. Gotta love the guy. Think there might be some clues here. Donnie's not a maverick running his own program. He's so pimped out and puppeteered out that it's like he might be one of the most puppeteered, pimped out presidents ever. He's going to get everything done in like two presidencies. He brought in crypto legislation and crypto bill. He's already supporting that. Made his own fucking coins even. He's going to bring in digitized currency and tokenization. They're already doing that. He pushed the Third World War that's going to lead to the revelation of Luciferian kingdom, according to Albert Pike. If you believe that, crazy as that sounds. You know, he did the lockdowns and the shots and the safety. Donnie might be one of the most puppeteered central bank drainers of the main vein rather than the swamp, right? That we've ever seen. You know, he's at least rivaling. One of the reasons he's the worst is at least the other ones who did all this at some point. Maybe Donnie, he's not out yet, right? Maybe Donnie gives a final hurrah speech where he does like some of the others and go, okay, guys, let me level with you. There's a military industrial complex out here, secret society that's like running the whole world and staging or actually doing wars and blowing shit up to further their agenda. You know, like JFK, he was, you know, on the other side. But what's the guy's name? Eisenhower, I think, would be an example. LBJ, somewhat of an example. So like this is good. You know, we might completely dupe out the slaves again, start wars, completely reveal ourselves, and then at least on the way out, maybe even give a speech about how we were doing that the whole time, and that's what it is. And they'll completely ignore that and just go on with their lives, right? The guy actually had a nerve, another beta male coward who, and what's funny about these people is the most of them, you can just look at them and tell who and what they are. I don't know who designed that. Great game, God. Whoever designed that, right? Great job. The old, you know, don't judge a book by its cover, but like 90% of these guys who I meet, I just look at them and their pictures and I go, oh yeah, that's a beta male coward. I wouldn't trust him for 3 seconds. I don't know if it's like all in the eyes are the windows to the soul. I don't know if it's just the way that they like position themselves. And then even the most like big, bad, rough and tough are like boot sucking, flag waving, code following, tax paying, pimped out citizen slave status dupes. He's telling me the other day, and then I'm going to get the hell out of here. I'm starting to hit the wall. He's telling me the other day, go ahead, Paul, go on your YouTube channel and yell to 3 people or into the void again. Right. And I go, if I'm yelling into the void, it's because the majority of everybody else is a pimped out coward like you who's not doing what they know they need to do. So, like, who's really the idiot at the end of this? You know? I won't name names. I was going to bring his name up, but we'll do more of that as time goes on. I'm feeling a bit more froggy. We can leap a little bit. Start taking the nonsense to the next level. Hey, if you're going to shadow ban me anyway, then we'll do some inside baseball and we'll go to switching up again on content nonsense. We'll go to some ritual sacrifice ceremonies of our own here, metaversely, of course. I'm PT Burnham for a reason, right? We have to light some shit on fire every so often. All right, I'll leave that. I'll leave that for another time. My slave book algorithm and the folks who interact with me, there's a wealth of content. I've been meaning to for a while hit more of that, and I haven't gotten to it.
You know, and he talked about affordability. You know, gas
Affordability.
prices remain high because of a lot of what we're seeing with the Straits and the war in Iran. And the president basically said what he said for a long time, which he feels like affordability is sort of a hoax made up by the Democrats, and he feels like it's not going to be a big issue in the midterms. You know, there was a sort of a key moment that I thought was sort of interesting. He at one point sort of said, you know, why am I here? I've already been elected. I could be back at the White House. I don't sort of need this. I don't need to be sort of talking about these things. And then after he talked for, you know, quite a long time, there was a long program of officials, including members of his cabinet and farmers who were supposed to speak. And he sort of said, let's move this along. You know, I want to get back to Washington. I've got a war in Iran to fight. You know, but as you pointed out, he's in New Jersey this weekend, a lot of time for golf. And then he won't actually be going back to Washington on Monday either. He's going to the Madison Square Garden to watch his beloved New York Knicks in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. So he won't actually be back in Washington until
blah blah blah. NBA finals, sports balling, Coliseum, circus shows. Let's answer this good question. Why not? See if we can go within. I took a hit of the cannabis vapor and now it's doing something to my throat. I may need some water here. What gives you a sense of deeper meaning in life? I would say the revelation and the semi-regular experience of synchronicity, holographic reflectivity of this simulation. And you can tell that I'm really woke because I drink my water out of glass. Yeah, took it to the next level. I store and drink my water out of glass because I don't drink from plastic like some of you slovenly, hedonic, heathen-like slave class out there. The lips of the unslavian refuses to touch the likes of mere plasticine products. Now, back to what we were saying. What gives you a sense of deeper meaning in life? Right. The revelation of the holographic, reflective, and synchronistic nature of this creation. It's almost impossible to not come back to or even feel, whether it's like view, experience, or feel a deeper connection or meaning or purpose with life or creation once you have that revelation. And again, semi-regular experience of synchronicity, where something you're talking about, focusing on, starts to appear more and more within the creation and around you and in others, right? It not only creates a sensation of meaning and purpose, it seems to be the revelation of all meaning and purpose and everything that follows, right? So it's almost unavoidable once you see that, have that experience and see it repeat in your life in some greater automated process or program. you almost can't have any more of those days that you once had where you feel completely isolated, alone, divided, separated, right? Meaningless, purposeless. You would almost have to be in such an extreme state of victimhood and lack of awareness, which, hey, stranger things have happened, but it's almost an unreachable state. It would seem to me at this point after having that experience. I won't say it absolutely because I said before what would never happen and I've been wrong, so I'll never do it again. But it seems to be so far like track record experientially. I've had some pretty low and dark moments, testing and challenging, right? Having to face death and or the possibility of severe loss or handicap here in different ways. And I can't help but to have the holographic, reflective, synchronistic experiences had my perspective and my relationship with life on life's terms, so to speak. So I would say that's the first half of what you asked. How does that shape how you treat the people around you? Well, it has its ups, it has its downs, pros and cons, right? Again, especially since subjectively the creature has its own expectations, entitlements, wants, and needs, and reactions when those things are not met. So the revelation or the experience of holographic oneness and reflection makes it such that you already know everybody who you meet, if that makes sense, right? And I'm kind of speaking in a way where I could be a bit more clear, but I'm almost purposely speaking in a way where it makes sense if you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, it doesn't make any sense. I'm aware that that's happening. I'm doing that purposely, actually. That's one of the games that I play. So and again, this is back to that idea of knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. And for all you want to be life coaches who sit around and don't say anything anymore, make sure you get your notebook out so you can write this down and then present it as your own experience and testimony. It'll look good for you. To those who can't see and know, right? So, this is like authentic sharing. This is ask and answer. If you can't do this with somebody, then they don't have it. So yeah, everybody you meet, you already know. Knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe and everything in it. This is ancient wisdom. Because again, the majority of folks presume that what they do and how they live is who and what they are. The being who's had the revelation of pure consciousness and awareness, having the human experience, understands that that's what everyone else is here as well. They also have the experience of a lack of bodily identification. They don't identify with the body and whatever extends off of it and what it does. So this can affect, and I could go deeper into this and whatever else. I'm giving you the long and short of it. This can affect your relationships in many ways, in one or two ways predominantly I'll speak about here. I'll give you kind of the juxtaposition, right? The pros and the cons. You meet people and you and them can instantly feel like you've known each other for forever, for the longest time. That can take the place of a long and drawn out and seemingly robotic process and practice of courting, right? Which can be a positive or pro for some people, right? Or an aspect of the self. The other aspect to self, or some people, would be they get a great deal of joy and fulfillment from the day-to-day processes of sharing all the details of what they believe they are and who they believe they are, and they want to do it with a partner. And when they don't have that and don't do that, it makes them feel like they're greatly lacking in their relationships and in their experience. That's not something that I experience. I'm always almost looking for myself to come to that point. I've had flashes of regrets, right? And feeling like I've taken people, places, and things for granted. But when I really look at who and what I am and what I've experienced and what it means to me, I can't honestly say that I regret not really doing more of that. Because again, to me, it's just part of an illusion in a way. So, yeah, you have that one side of the experience where you meet somebody and potentially they feel like you already know them because pure conscious and awareness sees pure conscious and awareness. And conscious and awareness that's had the experience of the body knows what body does, so it knows what every other body does as well. So by virtue of how the average person lives, you already know them by their scale. While they may not know themselves truly, you already know them because they're bodily identified. And if you know body and what it does, then you know what body and what it does. So you know every other self here. Now, the deeper aspects to that is the archetypal, right? The pure consciousness and awareness and the journeys in the past that it takes to becoming or experiencing, right? If you have those revealed and know them and experience them or practice with them, then more of the character you're interacting with is revealed. So you almost get the sense of, and again, I'm trying to reverse engineer to how this would feel or come across the person experiencing me or this. Yeah, I'm trying to work that backward and see the self from the third party perspective. Presumably this would show up as the person feeling extremely connected and at one with the being initially, and then over time almost feeling less and less so, because what's revealed to that person is that the way they identify is not the way conscious and awareness identifies. So all the things that body does and body expects may not come with pure conscious and awareness and someone living with that or practicing. Now, there's going to be some of that, but the other things won't be there. And a lot of these other things are things that people greatly identify with: successful, healthy, fulfilling relationships, like the sharing of all these various details about the subjective nature of your reality. Which is essentially could be seen almost like code, or preferences. So, and then I guess it comes down to how much interest you take individually in people, places, and things versus how much interest you take in life in general, and the practices, the processes, the procedures, how that feels, what it means to you, where you want to go with it, right? So, I mean, it could be essentially a personality disorder of mine that led to a revelation of conscious and awareness and a practice of enlightenment. It could be conscious and awareness and a practice of enlightenment can come across oftentimes as antisocial, pathological behavior, especially in a clinical civilization and society where pretty much everything is pathologized. So yeah, I mean, somebody who's the majority of any of their energy or inspiration or attention goes toward truth, life, and way, right? Like a care for life or a joy or excitement or interest for life and the processes therein versus people, places, and things is going to appear extremely antisocial and disconnected and not a communicative individual. So yeah, I mean, I guess if I was to look at it and be honest with myself and others, in most of, if not all of my relationship, a lot of the time, if not most of the time, I'm really not interested in the subjective experience of the other person. And that may have to do with the relationship of my own subjective experience, because if I look back on it, I'm not necessarily in love with or completely interested, thrilled with, entertained by my own subjective experience. The majority of my practice and process here may be trying to get to, attain, practice, experience some other higher, greater, objective sense of meaning and purpose or experience, or to just be neutral, right? To remain sort of at peace without denying sort of the darker and negative aspects of creation. And I think, of course, like anything, there's tendencies there. I've always actually, I guess, wondered that, you know, I guess if we're sharing here, I've always, I guess, subconsciously, if not consciously, wondered, are other people pretending to be this interested in other people, or are they really this interested in other people? And what does that mean about me that I'm not? You know? And I suspect that it may be a little bit of both. There's generally a bit more interest for other people in the average person than in me. And there's also a fair bit more of acting and pretending going on with the average person than with me. So they're more likely to pretend to be interested and feign interest in order to not be impolite than to just be like, I'm really not interested in any of that. And I really don't care. And if I have to, I'll let you know it. So yeah, I'm sure that that's definitely a testing and challenging dynamic for anybody who'd be in a relationship with someone like me, because I'm really not nurtured or inspired by people taking a direct interest in all the subjective details of my life. I'm almost drained by that, and I'm drained by having to feign interest in others' details of their day-to-day life. So I'm sure that leaves a lot of people feeling disconnected from me personally as far as relationships go. They don't really know me. They're not really having a life and a relationship with me. I know that is because I've gotten that rap before. That's a standard rap with me when it comes to partners. And I just seemingly know how other people live and, you know, tend to be. So, all right, we could go on to more of this. I guess a bit of reflecting. Doing a bit of introspection. You know, a little bit of indirect, I guess, therapy. Every so often, the audience has to put me on the couch, work me over a little bit, question me. I may need it. All right, I'm looking over the chat creatures here. Yeah, I guess the bottom line answer, that was a great question. We support that here at Unslavious Industries. We support great questions that lead to either great answers or answers that are potentially great for the answerer and the listener. Yeah, I guess the bottom line there is you'd have to ask the people around me about how I treat them. Do it when I'm not around, because I've heard enough. Yeah, I think if I look at it from a third party perspective and reverse engineer, and I'm honest with myself and others, which I'm attempting to be, I don't know how much I'm getting done with that. Maybe deluding myself, but I think most of the gripe or issue with people toward me is I don't. Not necessarily how I treat them, as that I don't, right? I'm very much to myself. I'm a pretty private person. I stay in my lane. I try to focus on myself and my life and what I'm creating, what I'm interested in, and I try not to burden or be burdened by other people's problems, issues, nonsense. And then the other side of that is I try to dedicate whatever extra time, energy, attention I have, if it's needed and wanted, toward being in service to others in whatever way that I'm able to. And that's basically dependent upon the person experiencing me, right? They have to decide if I'm of any service at all. So, yeah, there's really not much in the way of personalized sort of, you know, emotional exchanges. It's almost kind of like I do life and relationships in stages and based on statuses. It's very much like Facebook in a way. Like relationship status, we're good. You see, I see, we see, we're co-creating the experience. Any issues and problems? Very much how I do the broadcast, right? Questions, comments, concerns, issues and problems? No, I'm presuming we're good then. We're moving forward. This is what I'm interested in. This is what I'm focusing on. This is what I'm creating. Or I'm just being, you know? So yeah, it's like, you know, that's the presumption I have with most folks. And I've learned in life that's far from always the case. You know? So yeah, I have very few needs and wants, and I'm available for very few needs and wants outside of truth, life, and way, legal, lawful. You know, if you want to talk about your day and your cat, I'm just not the guy for that, right? That's what I've come to. That's where I'm at now. That may change 5 minutes from now. I've come to a point in my life where I may change, I may get better at certain things, I may not, and then we just all have to accept that. If you want to talk and be part of certain things, go get Paulie Boy. For everything else, go get your aunt, you know, or whoever, right? Go get a therapist, get a counselor. That's part of life, right? Is knowing who we can go to for certain things and who we can't. Day-to-day small talk, chatter, nonsense, romanticism. In certain ways, I can give it to you, right? I'm very romantic in my own certain ways, you could argue. But in other ways, not so much. You're going to have to go get you a side gorilla for that, you know? That's why as far as women go, it's probably wise to have at least 2 on hand at any one time, whether we like that or not as men. I mean, we want that as men, but we don't like that when it's back the other way. But it might be necessary. That might be God's cruel, or not cruel, but challenging set of circumstances. You may have to get you a gorilla who's really good with this certain stuff over here, kind of like get you going with this, and then get you a side gorilla who's good for all the other stuff, right? You know, talk about your cat, how Karen at your job is funny. She's not funny to me. Anyway, she's not funny. I don't care, you know? But the side gorilla will, and if he doesn't care, he will pretend to care, and he'll do a really good job at it. I won't, so why try, you know? I don't want to embarrass us. Let's not embarrass ourselves and each other. All right. We may have to throw in the towel cot. This guy may be on to something. I'm just musing here. We're blacklisted. We're blackballed. We're deep sixth. We're 86th here. So I'm musing, you know, yakking it up a little bit. This is the most talking you're going to get out of me, right? Away from here, I don't even, like nothingness. I'm just in my cave, right? Or I take a walk here and there. But yeah, you guys should feel special here. This is the most talking that I'm going to do. Sometimes I'll show up at a non-cast from time to time and yak it up with some familiars, but all right, what else do we have here? Yeah, I think I'm done. I think we're going to call it. Back, who knows when. We did 4.5 hours. You're lucky you got that. All right. I got to give special thanks to contributors and supporters. You guys are amazing. All right. You guys are patriots. You're great Americans. If anybody's getting that, I'm giving that to you. All right. Like Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly. Scott B., a very generous man. Uncle Scott, as we call him. Thanks for the experience of you tonight, Paul. Likewise, Mr. B. Okay. So, yeah, back who knows when. I'm going to try to be semi-regular here, at least once a week, if not more. If not, in between, I'll be dropping some white Negro music. Check that out. Like, share, subscribe on all that. Defecate. Like, share, subscribe, and metaversely defecate. I want everything. I'm opening the floodgates to everything now, okay? Not only like, share, subscribe, but metaversely drink at the water hole, defecate, urinate, roll in it, you know, on the community page, go over there. spray your feces over there. Really make yourself known and at home around these parts. We got to drive engagement lately, right? Whether I like it or not. See, you know, this is where you guys take your power back on these platforms. But yeah, share out some of my white Negro music to your friends and family. We're getting back into trigger season here. I can feel it. It was bound to happen. You know, we can only go humble, Paulie boy, with humility for so long before we get back to guerrilla trigger season. So all things take their course, right? What do we got on the way out? I'm hand picking. I got 3 or 4 favorites right now. All right, we're going rather drill. And just once again, these are AI, King Von's OTFs. They are remixes of original songs. They're dressed up a little bit and or rewritten completely, if not mostly. There are a couple lines here and there where we take half of them or 3/4 of them and add something on the end, right? Just for legal and clarity purposes. Transparency. Maybe we'll do a couple. We'll see how I'm feeling. If we get the vibe or not.
Oh, Polly boy.
Oh, Polly boy. Damn, bitch, I'm gorilla from the east, ain't got a lamb truck. Only reason Buddy just got robbed, he set his man up. Worried when I'm loud, get worried when I'm saying nothing. The guys out here getting thirsty, they gon' wanna blam some.
Checking slaves if you ain't outside, don't be saying nothing. Fella keep on going back, he's already been a dozen.
Slavin' just jumped off the bench, we caught him and his ass got busted. They act like they wanna bang, but they ain't on nothing. I keep saying to them boys be cool and keep them guns up. It's hard for them to chill, they settle problems with a run up.
OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safety. Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told him chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Playing dumb, ain't out here doing none. 300 days in a row, getting away and it's smoke. Got kin folks claiming blood, got blood claiming low. I tell them put the flag down, let's take care of our home. The wolves are hungry, gotta eat, so I'm going on my own. Since 2021, they say that P is putting on. But really, in my lane, it's true I've always been alone. Fight cases, I'm like fuck 12, I go to hell. Turn witness, I'm like fuck 12, I'd rather go to jail. Burning out, ain't an option, go and see myself. They say how'd he get free if it was them? They try to tell, these slaves be kinda slow. They're moving on some snail, ain't no evidence he got dismissed. Slaves like what the hell? OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safe. Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told him chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Oh, Polly boy. Busy. As the ops, they take Paul and Slay B on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Ask the crowd about the ops. Damn, with the shit. Ask the block about the work. We on that flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
Now I'm putting on for the city.
Still my ribs, I move grit. Same ones that laugh wanna see it in the picture.
Kept it on moving, no pause, no switch up.
Hands on the grind, I was here in the rain. Now they see me arriving, they feel that pain.
From the duck to the plate, from the lock to the key.
But they got it back there, look alive when they see it.
Ask the ops.
They know the name.
Ask the ops.
I don't play that game.
Bring my brick.
I built this flame.
Bring my brick.
Now they say my name.
Tell them check the steps, heavy scar, I got proof. Every move I made had a ruthless truth. What they couldn't break made my backbone click. One more time for the town, watch it stack up quick.
Ask the ops, they tell you Paul and Slade be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Ask the crowd about the ops, they ain't with the shit, 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 shit. Ask the block about the work, we on that flip, 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 flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
All right, I'm out of here. And we got Josh's video on the way out. We haven't seen this one in a while. I got to look around too. There's been so many things that have come forward that I've lost track of that I'd probably like to bump into again, just because they're good to have around, part of the broadcast. All right, so this is what's the difference between me and you. I'm out of here.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please. Does he look like a bitch? What? Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man. Does he look like a bitch? Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir. Please. I'm begging. We're not criminals. They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
Hello, Josh told me to call you. He just got arrested. They issued a warrant because they didn't want to let him in with his camera.
Because they didn't want to let him in with his camera. No, they didn't want to let him in with the camera recording. So let's just get that right.
It's like when the frauditors say, oh, well, I got arrested for recording. No, you didn't get arrested for recording. You got arrested for trespassing or obstruction. Those are usually the crimes that frauditors get arrested for.
Because they didn't want to let him in with his camera. No, they didn't want to let him in with the camera recording. So let's just get that right.
It's always his behavior and his actions while recording, or
scumbag, demented, defective fucking mental apes. That's what you guys are in the freedom movement. You're morons. Everywhere you're morons.